Who was Dr. Royal Raymond Rife, and why are so many people still interested in the technology he spent many years of his life developing? In this documentary, you will learn about a brilliant and gifted man who developed the world's most powerful optical microscopes, which overcame the limitations of standard research microscopes, and who discovered a way to destroy deadly microorganisms using coordinative resonance. Though he died in 1971, interest in his discoveries did not. Royal Raymond Rife was a handsome and gifted young man. He had an inquisitive mind and explored many interests. He was born May 16, 1888, in the state of Nebraska, to Royal Raymond Rife Sr. of Ohio and Ida Mae Cheney of Creston, Iowa. Dr. Rife was their second child, an older sibling having died in infancy. Ida Mae died, as so many young mothers did, about 8 months after his birth. After her death, because Rife Sr. was working 14 to 16-hour days as a mechanical engineer, he took his son to his sister, Nina Culver Rife Dryden. She said about this difficult situation, "I raised him and brought him up as though he was my own. He lived with her from the time he was 8 months of age until the year 1905. At this time he had an interest in becoming a medical doctor and pursued this dream. He went to Johns Hopkins University to begin his medical training, and after some study, he found that he had a greater interest in the field of bacteriology. In bacteriology, he did a great deal of work which included photographing many specimens for the University of Heidelberg. Because of the great contributions Rife made to Heidelberg University, he was given an honorary doctorate of parasitology in 1914. Because his studies of bacteria required intensive use of microscopes, Dr. Rife developed an interest in optics and began studying in that field as well. This interest led him to New York's Zeiss Works. Zeiss microscopes were world-renowned even at that time, and Dr. Rife studied from 1904 to 1908 with Hans Lückel, the senior optics engineer. In 1846, Carl Zeiss set up a workshop for precision mechanics and optics in Jena, Germany. 20 years later, he went into partnership with Ernst Abbe, whose theory of microscope image formation led to greatly improved microscopes. These innovations made Zeiss a world leader in optics and made it the logical place for Dr. Rife to study microscope and lens technology. With his scientific brilliance and knowledge of optics and bacteriology, Dr. Rife was poised to begin an incredible journey of discovery. This journey began with his move to California, where he settled in Point Loma. Somewhere around 1912, Dr. Rife met and married his wife, Mamie Quinn. She was a wonderful wife who fully supported him in all his endeavors. Because jobs for bacteriologists were scarce, Dr. Rife took a job as chauffeur for Henry Timken of Timken Bearings. As his chauffeur, Dr. Rife became good friends with Henry Timken, and Timken became very impressed with Rife's knowledge. Dr. Rife had also become an accomplished machinist, and Henry Timken had a great love of racing boats. So he had Rife build the motor for his newest boat named the Kitty Hawk. This boat was built to compete in open sea endurance races of 100 miles. The motor Dr. Rife machined produced 2,700 horsepower, which was amazing for 1915. The boat went on to win the race, sustaining 87 miles an hour for 100 miles. This record was unbeaten for more than 60 years. Timken Bearing Company was a prominent producer of roller bearings which were used in all types of equipment and are still used today. At about this same time, the company was losing a great deal of money because of defective steel, which was causing their bearings to fail. Rife developed the first X-ray eye capable of X-raying the steel and detecting hairline fractures in the metal. Rife developed this eye to scan across the full width of the production line and sound an alarm each time a flaw was detected. This saved the company millions of dollars. In appreciation, Timken gave Dr. Rife a lifetime stipend which he received in monthly payments. This made it possible for Rife to continue his work in bacteriology. Henry Timken's wife became ill. The many medical doctors who examined her were unable to discover the cause of the illness. Mrs. Timken's condition worsened, and they knew if they didn't find the source of the problem, she would not live. Henry knew through their many discussions that Rife was brilliant in the area of bacteriology. He asked if Rife would investigate. Rife suspected that the problem might be something she was eating, so he went into the kitchen of the Timken home and took samples of all the food. He had a few standard research microscopes and was able to isolate the bacteria responsible for the problem. Mrs. Timken fully recovered from her illness. One of Henry Timken's sisters, Amelia C. Bridges, who married into the Bridges Carriage Company family, also benefited from Rife's knowledge of bacteria. Through the years, she had many serious medical conditions and would only let medical doctors see her if Dr. Rife was present because she trusted so much in his expertise. When she died in 1940, Rife was devastated because he considered her to be a second mother to him. His close friends said that he shed many tears. Because of their long friendship, she left him an additional $50,000 to help with his research. As the family chauffeur, Rife and his wife lived above the garage on the mansion's premises. This is where he had his laboratory with all the research equipment. In gratitude for saving Mrs. Timken's life and the lives of other family members, the Timken and Bridges families provided funds to establish a more well-equipped laboratory and finance Rife's research. From 1915 to 1920, Rife worked in his private lab identifying and classifying disease-causing microorganisms. By the end of 1916, he was frustrated with the standard research microscope because of the limitations in magnification. Standard research microscopes at that time, like the ones today, could only magnify a microorganism up to 2,500 times diameter. Dr. Rife felt that with this limitation, he would never be able to find the true cause of many diseases. Rife began his work using frequency instruments in 1921. He told a reporter in a May 6, 1938 Evening Tribune article that he also experimented with electrical stimuli on the various microorganisms, and he noticed the individualistic differences in the chemical constituents of disease organisms, saw the indication of electrical characteristics, and observed electrical polarities in the organisms. Random speculation on the observation suddenly stirred in his mind a startling, astonishing thought. What would happen if I subjected these organisms to different electrical frequencies, he wondered. With this revolutionary thought, he began to gather all the necessary instruments such as microscopes, frequency generators, tubes, and bacteriological equipment, cages for guinea pigs, cameras, and machinery to build his own designs. Lee de Forest, the father of modern vacuum tubes, who was an important contributor to early radio technology, helped to build many of Rife's early frequency instruments. Rife found through arduous experimentation, looking through the microscope as he applied various frequencies, that he was able to kill these microorganisms, proving his theory to be correct. In order to determine which frequencies would kill a particular organism, it was absolutely essential that he be able to see the organism in a living state so that he could observe the effect of various frequencies. Dead microorganisms would show no effect. Rife later called the frequency which killed an organism its MOR, or mortal oscillatory rate. The next step was to solve the problem of high magnification called the Fraunhofer diffraction limit. This theory was that no microorganisms smaller than half a wavelength of light could be seen through a microscope. Rife knew from his many years of studying optics at Zeiss that it was possible to build a microscope which could see microscopic organisms as small as a virus. With this goal in mind, he went to work in 1917 and by 1920 produced the world's most powerful microscope. It could magnify with a clarity of 9,000 diameters. Dr. Rife said that this microscope could go clear up to 17,000 diameters, but not with any more clarity. Using this microscope over the next 9 years in his private lab, he advanced further in the field of bacteriology than any scientist had ever done before.
That instrument we used up until 1931. It was a lens microscope, and all of the air was excluded from the body and replaced with glycerin. The lenses were homogeneous with glycerin all the way through the whole thing, and the result was that in allowing the rays to separate and not cross in the interference band of reflection, such as they do in the ordinary standard tube of the regular research microscope, we held them apart, we separated them, and then brought them back together and picked them up again at a needle point. But, as I say, the resolution of this instrument beyond about anywhere from 9 to 10,000 times dropped off decidedly rapidly. We could go up on some occasions, on some preparations, up to 17,000 times, but we didn't consider the resolution anything out of the ordinary beyond about 8 or 9 or 10,000 times, depending entirely upon the specimen we were examining.
Through the 1920s, Dr. Rife isolated many different organisms and was working on tuberculosis. He was successful in killing the rod form with his frequency instrument. But like Bone and Robert Cook before him, who were able to destroy the rod form of tuberculosis with vaccines and antitoxins, Rife's laboratory animals also died. This caused Rife to believe that there was an additional virus that was released when the rod form of the bacteria was killed. In his continual search for a way to see viruses, Dr. Rife theorized that many microorganisms were not able to be seen because they were smaller than the molecules of the existing acid or aniline dye stains. Throughout his work, Rife had noticed that every living thing is made up of chemicals and has its own unique chemical constituency. In his lab, he had been using a spectrographic microscope that could identify the chemicals in an organism by the color refraction index. Knowing that each chemical, when illuminated, gave off a specific color of light, he conceived the idea of staining the virus with light. This dispensed with the need for staining specimens and made it possible to use a frequency of light to coordinate with the chemical constituents of the particle or microorganism under observation. He developed and patented a 2,000 candle power lamp which provided the necessary light. This lamp, when used with the Risley prisms, made it possible to separate the specific frequencies of light. In an article in the June 1931 Popular Science magazine, the method of lighting was explained. An electric light of 2,000 candle power falls upon the center of this microscopic movie studio, a tiny spot on the thin slab of transparent quartz that bears the germs. Above it, 16 of the finest quartz lenses obtainable, immersed in glycerin, magnify the dimensions of each germ 12,000 times. Designed by Rife himself, this apparatus is one of the most powerful microscopes in the world. Its magnification compares with the 2,000 diameter enlargement of microscopes commonly used in research laboratories and in medical examinations. The November 21, 1931 LA Times had an article also explaining Dr. Rife's use of light. Due to the fact that images are borne to the eye by light waves measuring about 1/51,000th of an inch in length, it has been supposed that no object considerably less than that in length would be seen by the human eye. By the use of quartz prisms, It is understood that Dr. Rife has broken up the light waves, making it possible to bring impossibly small objects to view. Through the new microscope, according to estimates, an object measuring 1/100,000th of an inch in diameter would be magnified to appear 1/6 of an inch in diameter. Another California newspaper article dated December 12, 1931, entitled "Newest Microscope Will Trail Unknown Germs to Their Lairs," says, Dr. Rife said that parts for his microscope were made in many parts of the world. He said he used quartz glass entirely because it allows from 48 to 50% more light than other kinds of glass. He said he uses a 2,000 candle power illumination unit with the instrument. The beam of the light is cold, he said, and he has had a living specimen under it for 5 or 6 hours without evaporation from heat. With this new capability of staining microorganisms with a frequency of light that coordinated with their chemical constituents, Rife was able to see the virus form of tuberculosis which was released when the rod form was destroyed. He was then able to find the frequency which would kill the virus.
For instance, our tubercular work. I worked a great deal on that. I isolated a virus from tuberculosis, which I consider is what was heretofore known as the so-called poison molecular bomb that sprung up Ann Arbor here 34 years ago, actually. He didn't isolate the organism, but he isolated a chemical particle. So, more of our known work. Go back to the time of Koch, when he originally isolated the virus of tuberculosis. He produces vaccines and antitoxins that would kill the bacillus of tuberculosis, but it would kill the patient simply because with any known method or means that you release from this tubercle bacillus, this virus or this so-called poison molecule of bond, it reacts upon the dead body of the rod and produces toxemia and death. 100% in your experimental animals and your patients also. But we find an electronic frequency that we was experimenting with at that time with our device where we kill these different bacteria by this electronic frequency. We found the frequency of the virus. We found the frequency of the rod, which we had for years, of course. But if we use the two of them simultaneously over the same carrier wave, the patient gets well, and the guinea pig gets well. But if you use one or either individually, you either kill the patient or you don't do nothing.
Although Rife worked quietly in his lab, word of his accomplishments began to leak out to men in the medical community. A reporter from the San Diego Union got wind of Rife's discoveries, and following an interview about his amazing microscope, an article appeared on the front page of the paper on November 3, 1929. The headline read, "Local Man Bears Wonders of Germ Life." The article went on to describe photos of several microorganisms Rife had isolated and filmed. After this article, he was featured in many other prominent newspapers and magazines. As news of his accomplishments spread, doctors and bacteriologists from all over the world eventually came to San Diego to see for themselves the microscope and the new discoveries they had been hearing so much about. In late 1931, news of Rife's microscope had reached Dr. Arthur Isaac Kendall, professor of research bacteriology in the Northwestern University Medical School at Chicago. He contacted his friend, Dr. Milbank Johnson of Los Angeles, and asked if such a microscope existed. In the Los Angeles Times, dated December 27, 1931, the story of how Dr. Johnson, Dr. Kendall, and Dr. Rife met is told. Having heard about a wonder microscope said to have been invented by a young San Diegan, Dr. Kendall asked his friend Dr. Milbank Johnson of Los Angeles if such a microscope existed. Dr. Johnson did not know about it but undertook to find out. Accompanied by Drs. Alvin G. Ford, Joseph D. Heitker, and Fosdick Jones, all of Pasadena, he drove to San Diego and found Royal Raymond Rife and a new kind of microscope which he had been developing as a hobby during the past 17 years. Designed on a new plan entirely, this microscope has 6 quartz lenses, giving it a magnifying power 8 times greater than the high-powered microscopes used by physicists. Dr. Milbank Johnson arranged for Dr. Kendall and Dr. Rife to get together at the Pasadena hospital. This meeting between Rife and these doctors was an important milestone in his work. Dr. Kendall brought with him cultures of the typhoid bacillus which he had grown on his K medium, a protein culture medium which he had developed. This medium enabled the filterable virus portions of a bacteria to be isolated and to continue reproducing without the need of living tissue for reproduction. There was and still is an ongoing disagreement about whether bacteria could change from a filterable virus-sized form to the normal bacillus which can be observed through a standard microscope.
I eventually built my first high-powered microscope with that instrument. Arthur Kendall and I, working jointly in the Pasadena General Hospital, succeeded in isolating what we classify the first filterable form of bacteria ever seen. It was isolated from the Bacillus typhosus from cultures that Dr. Kendall brought from his laboratory in Northwestern University in Chicago. And we succeeded definitely in isolating a filterable form of that bacteria. We succeeded in isolating this organism using a Kendall media. It's known as Kendall media. Now that is what Kendall used for the isolation or bringing out this Bacillus typhosus in the filterable state, which is published in the Californian Western Medicine in 1931, our joint report on that.
In an article in the Science Newsletter of December 12, 1931, it states, "The material used by Dr. Kendall was a culture of the typhoid bacillus, ordinarily a fairly large germ, easily visible under the higher-powered lenses of a compound microscope. By feeding it on his recently evolved K-medium, which apparently has the power of causing all visible bacteria to pass over into an invisible, filterable phase, Dr. Kendall induced the bacilli in his cultures to go through this change. Under the highest power of the ordinary microscope, he could see nothing moving in the fluid except a swarm of rather active little granules that were visible only as tiny motile points. Examined with the Rife microscope, however, these points became plainly visible as small, oval, actively moving bodies, turquoise blue in color. These appeared in all the cultures and could be transferred from one culture to another through the fine pored filters. So Dr. Kendall considers them to be the actual filterable forms of the typhoid bacillus." Using Rife's microscope and Kendall's medium, the doctors were able to observe 3 stages of the development of the typhoid bacillus. This experiment showed that viruses and bacteria were capable of mutating or changing their form, a fact understood today, but one which generated much controversy then. At a later date, they found the MOR frequency to kill the typhoid. From this point on, Rife's microscope and work received a great deal of recognition. He ended up working very closely with Dr. Alvin G. Ford, the pathologist at Pasadena Hospital, who later became president of the American Association of Pathologists, and Dr. Milbank Johnson, then medical director of the Pacific Mutual Life Insurance Company. Dr. Johnson became Rife's most powerful advocate, introducing him to other doctors and making it possible for Rife to move his discoveries forward in a major way. Dr. Johnson was so impressed with Dr. Rife's work and the future medical implications of his frequency instrument, he held a dinner at his Pasadena estate in Rife's honor, which was billed as the end to all disease. In the back of the room by the window stands Dr. Johnson in white with Dr. Rife on the right and Dr. Kendall on the left. Among these doctors were Alvin G. Ford and Joseph Heitger, who had gone with Dr. Johnson to meet Rife at his lab. In the summer of 1932, Rife went to Chicago with his microscope to work with Kendall. Kendall invited world-renowned bacteriologist E.C. Rosenau of the Mayo Clinic's Division of Experimental Bacteriology in Rochester, Minnesota, to come and use Rife's microscope. Rosenau had heard of Rife from a former patient of his who happened to be Henry H. Timken, the same man who had been financing Rife and his laboratory. Rosenau, Kendall, and Rife re-verified the experiments Rife and Kendall had done a few months before.
I worked for Miss Rosenau. He worked with me. I worked with him, whatever you call it, 14 years on poliomyelitis. He worked entirely on the brain emotion. He was the head of the Department of Research Bacteriology of Mayo in Rochester, and he said, they want me to scrap the work. I said, hold everything. So I was going back to work with Arthur Kendall at Northwestern University at that time. We checked on some of the previous work we'd done the year before. I said, I'm coming back. I said, bring your trash down. We went through it. I found it in the spinal fluid. He'd been working 14 years on the brain emotion, and he was a great surgeon on streptococcus. Everything with streptococcus was Rosenau. And of course, he worked almost entirely on anatoxins and vaccines. The albino rabbit was the only one that was susceptible to the true inoculation of the poliomyelitis.
Dr. Rife had been working on finding the cause of cancer for many years and had long believed that when the cause of cancer was finally identified, it would be found in a virus or microorganism. He had spent many years looking for this microorganism with his microscope. He had sectioned 20,000 tissue samples with no success. Kendall's K-medium was exactly what he needed to help him find the cancer virus. An article in the San Diego Evening Tribune on May 11, 1938, told about the events that led to the discovery of the cancer virus in 1932. The reporter's article summarized what Dr. Rife said. But neither the medium nor the microscope were sufficient alone to reveal the filter-passing organism Rife found in cancers, he recounted. It was an added treatment which he found virtually by chance that finally made this possible, he related. He happened to rest a test tube of cancer culture within the circle of a tubular glass ring filled with argon gas activated by an electrical current, which he had been using in experimenting with electronic bombardment of organisms of disease, he recounted. It happened to rest there about 24 hours, and then he noticed that its appearance seemed to have changed. He studied and tested this phenomenon repeatedly, and finally one day he discovered filter-passing red-purple granules in the cultures. Rife called this organism Bacillus X or BX. He found that the organism was pleomorphic, and he named another larger form of it the BY. BX was for carcinoma and BY was for sarcoma. He went on to isolate many other disease-causing organisms. The same article in the San Diego Evening Tribune on May 11, 1938 stated, among the filter-passing forms he reported isolated were those for cancer, although he frankly declares that he is not yet positive that this is the direct cause of the dread disease. B. coli, the seemingly harmless bacillus, which always seems to accompany the harmful typhoid bacillus. Tuberculosis, sarcoma, the tumorous disease similar to cancer but less deadly, infantile paralysis, streptococcus and staphylococcus infections, and herpes encephalitis and encephalitis lethargica, both infectious ailments of the brain and nervous system. Success in the search began to come when Dr. Arthur I. Kendall, head of the Department of Research Bacteriology at Northwestern University Medical College, joined him in a phase of the work and suggested a culture medium which proved to be a phase in making the hitherto unseen viruses visible. In later years, Rife's research made him certain that he had found the viral cause of cancer. Many other doctors who came to Rife's laboratory in the early 1930s also believed he had. A July 31, 1949 article in the San Diego Union said, "Mankind's long search for a cancer cure may be in sight as the end product of laboratory experiments conducted in San Diego 15 years ago. These experiments and the discoveries they yielded are credited to Dr. Royal R. Rife, 62, of 3676 Zola Street, a laboratory technician now retired. This announcement was made here yesterday by James B. Couch, M.D., a San Diego medical practitioner for 18 years. Dr. Couch also said, he also visited Dr. O. Cameron Gruner, former director of the Archibald Cancer Research Fund at McGill University, and discussed Gruner's recent work in cancer research. He recalled that Gruner made several visits to San Diego 14 years ago to study reported discoveries by Dr. Rife of a virus connected with cancerous tumors. Gruner told Dr. Couch he was satisfied that Dr. Rife's large microscope, for which Rife claimed 25,000 areas magnification, had revealed a virus. He said further that the work he then did with Rife at his Point Loma laboratory and follow-up researches at McGill University had confirmed that tumorous growths positively could be produced by the virus discovered in San Diego. Further on in the same article, Rife was quoted as saying, "When Dr. Gruner came here to study my experiments, he brought with him a fungoid organism. Dr. Rife said I was able to reproduce this same fungoid organism by virus, which I had classified as BX. I was also able to distill my virus back from the fungoid organism. I produced cancer in hundreds of animals. I completed the cycle from virus to cancer and back 104 times. I discovered that the virus organism gets in the blood of the victim at one stage of the growth."
As far back as 1920, I conceived the idea and the possibility of when the causative agent of malignancy, so-called cancer, would be discovered and found and proven that it would be caused by a microorganism. Of course, reception that I received that far back from the medical profession and scientists was nil, but I kept at the work and I succeeded in eventually isolating a virus. First, I began sectioning tissues of every known type of malignancy. I sectioned over 20,000 of those, cut them down with a special microtome to very thin. Some of them were only a micron in thickness. I studied those under the microscope, and I eventually built my first high-powered microscope for the purpose of analyzing and checking those sections. Arthur Kendall and I, working jointly in the Pasadena General Hospital, succeeded in isolating what we classify the first filterable form of bacteria ever seen. Now these filterable forms are very minute in size. The smallest of all is the one from the BX, which we isolate from cancer. But that is the smallest, and it's less than a 1/20th of a micron in dimension and highly motile. We succeeded in isolating this organism, this BX, using a Kendall media.
Through the 40 years that Rife spent researching microorganisms and developing all kinds of equipment to aid him, he won 14 government awards for scientific discoveries and an honorary medical degree from the University of Heidelberg. During this period, he developed and built 5 virus microscopes, 4 of which were prismatic. His first microscope, built in 1920, used round quartz lenses, and the gaps in between were filled with glycerin. He used this instrument up until 1933. The others he built after this were the prismatic type, using block crystal quartz that obtained much higher magnification. The most sophisticated one is his number 3 microscope, which was called the universal microscope. This microscope was the one mentioned in the previous article that had 25,000 areas magnification. The universal microscope was built by Dr. Rife in 1933. This was and still is the world's most powerful light source microscope. It is reported to be capable of going as high as 61,000 areas magnification when special prisms were used. The electron microscope, though more powerful in magnification, kills the specimens so you can't observe their live reactions. In many cases, a fragile virus will be completely destroyed by the electron bombardment, and all that will be left is debris. The universal microscope, like all of Dr. Rife's microscopes, allows observation of living organisms at varying magnification. The Journal of the Franklin Institute of February 1944 gave an in-depth description of the universal microscope. The universal microscope, developed in 1933, consists of 5,682 parts and is so called because of its adaptability in all fields of microscopical work, being fully equipped with separate substage condenser units for transmitted and monochromatic beam, dark field, polarized, and slit ultra illumination, including also a special device for crystallography, the entire optical system of lenses and prisms, as well as the illuminating units are made of block crystal quartz, quartz being especially transparent to ultraviolet radiations. The illuminating unit, used for examining the filterable forms of disease organisms, contains 14 lenses and prisms, 3 of which are in the high-intensity incandescent lamp, 4 in the Risley prism, and 7 in the achromatic condenser. Between the source of light and the specimen are subtended 2 circular, wedge-shaped block crystal quartz prisms for the purpose of polarizing the light passing through the specimen. A monochromatic beam of light corresponding exactly to the frequency of the organism is then sent up through the specimen and the direct transmitted light, thus enabling the observer to view the organism stained in its true chemical color and revealing its own individual structure in a field which is brilliant with light. The objectives used on the universal are a 1.12 dry lens, a 1.16 water immersion, a 1.18 oil immersion, and a 1.25 oil immersion. The rays of light refracted by the specimen enter the objective and are then carried up the tube in parallel rays through 21 light bends to the ocular, a tolerance of less than 1 wavelength of visible light only being permitted in the core beam. The rays start their rise parallel to each other, but just as they are about to cross, a specially designed quartz prism is inserted which serves to pull them out parallel again, another prism being inserted each time the rays are about ready to cross. Thus, the greatest distance that the image in the universal is projected through any one media, either quartz or air, is 30 millimeters instead of the 160, 180, or 190 millimeters, as in the empty or air-filled tube of an ordinary microscope. Under the universal microscope, disease organisms such as those of tuberculosis, cancer, sarcoma, streptococcus, typhoid, staphylococcus, leprosy, hoof and mouth disease, and others may be observed to succumb when exposed to certain lethal frequencies, coordinated with the particular frequencies peculiar to each individual organism and directed upon them by rays covering a wide range of waves. Because the universal microscope had the ability to use all type of microscopical work, it was very complicated. It cost over $250,000 to build in 1933, equaling a little over $11 million today. This instrument, along with the other sophisticated instruments Dr. Rife built, made it possible for him to find the many frequencies that would kill all the different types of microorganisms which he was isolating.
The universal microscope embodies all the field of polarization. embodies all the field of crystallography. It embodies the polarized light, the true polarized light of the crystallographical micropolariscope. And it embodies the field of refractability. And we believe that this instrument will open fields that have never been seen before by the human eye. We do not say that the average practitioner or even the average research scientist can use this microscope. He will have to be trained because the delicate adjustments of this instrument far surpasses anything that's ever been wielded in the field of microscopy. As an example, the fine adjustment of this instrument requires 7 complete revolutions for the movement of the object 1 micron. The control of the thing is built to the limit of human precision, and we will carry on farther with this instrument. What I wish to stress at this moment is the importance of the control of the illumination of any field of microscopy, regardless whether it's the ordinary microscope that's used by our student, or the practitioner, or the research man in the laboratory, or the scientist that's working in the field of filterable virus.
This color chart was created by Dr. Rife to show the entire spectrum of frequency waves he was testing, including infrared, ultraviolet, and X-rays. He assigned colors to different sets of frequencies, from the audio range represented by the keyboard all the way through the radio spectrum up to the 110 megahertz. Though in his frequency instruments he never used a frequency higher than 20 megahertz on any microorganism, he found through his research that there were many different harmonics of frequencies that would kill the various microorganisms. This is an original film showing Rife's lab and the isolating of the cancer virus. This is Royal Raymond Rife standing outside the front door of his laboratory. When Rife isolated the cancer virus in 1931, he took an unulcerated human breast mass from the Paradise Valley Sanitarium and Hospital, donated by Dr. R.T. Hammer, who was the assistant superintendent. Portions of this tumor were cut out and filtered through a triple-aught porcelain Berkefeld filter, which gave about 10 micron filtration. The virus could readily pass through a filter of this degree of tolerance. The test tubes that are shown here were irradiated for 24 hours with argon gas. This irradiation caused the virus to become virulent. Rife could then grow tumors in weeks instead of months. The argon gas ionized the virus, and to counter this, the test tubes were placed in a 2-inch water vacuum and heated at near body temperature for 24 hours. This method of ionization and oxidation brought the chemical refraction of BX out of the ultraviolet and into the visible band of the spectrum. Every time one test tube disappears, it means there's an elapsed time period of 24 hours. The rats were injected with a very tiny needle from the virus that he had filtered and isolated, and the tumors were allowed to grow to be 2 or 3 grams heavier than the rats. Here Rife shows the injecting of the cancer virus into the rat. The mammary gland was used in the rat because cancer virus came out of the mammary gland of a human breast mass. The rat was given a partial anesthesia to avoid the shock of the needle, because such a shock was found to cause a change in the rat's metabolism. The virus was then injected into the rat. Rife would then allow the cancer tumors to grow. Here you can see the large tumor in the rat. He would surgically remove the tumor and treat the rat with his ray tube instruments. The frequencies would devitalize the cancer virus without harm to the animal's cells or to the rat. Rife used special glasses with high magnification during his operations in order to perform the fine details of the tumor removal. the tumor is tied off and cut away. The cancer virus can again be isolated from that tumor and then injected into other rats. Rife went through this procedure 411 times to prove that the virus he isolated was the cause of the cancer tumor. This shows the tumor coming out of a solution of triple distilled water. A portion of that tumor is being cut away so that you can observe the cancer virus under Rife's microscope. Rife had the only microscope in the world that could see the cancer virus or any other virus alive, and he studied them for years. This is triple distilled water going in, and he is going to gently grind up the cancer tumor to extract the virus. This is a porcelain Berkefeld filter similar to unglazed Dresden china. The liquid material is poured into a test tube, and a drop will be removed from that liquid, which Rife will shortly place on a slide that has been flame sterilized. The liquid material is withdrawn from the solution using a micropipette made by Rife, and a drop is placed on the slide and covered with a cover slip made of quartz. Rife used quartz slides because light passed through better than glass. Now the ray tube is directly above Rife's head, which will be turned on later to kill the virus. The black instrument to the left of Rife is the ray tube instrument and consists of a transmitter which Rife could tune the frequencies which he knew would kill the virus, just like an opera singer's voice can shatter glass. Now these are the first pictures ever made of the cancer virus. These cancer viruses were motile and streamlined, shaped like a fish. Rife will now turn on the ray tube instrument, which will activate the ray tube. If you look carefully at the ray tube, you will see a little flash that only lasts about a second, and that will be all that is needed to kill all the virus under the slide. This shows the virus after it had been treated with the ray tube, which has a resonant frequency that killed the virus, and they are all clumped together in the field of the microscope. From 1931 to 1934, Rife worked very closely with Dr. Milbank Johnson and Dr. Arthur Isaac Kendall and other prominent medical doctors, isolating disease-causing microorganisms and finding the corresponding frequencies which would kill them. For years, Rife had been testing the frequencies first many hundreds of times on cultures grown in petri dishes for each microorganism. On the cancer virus alone, he had inoculated 411 lab animals with this virus, created 411 tumors, proving that the BX virus was the cause of cancer. Then he used his frequency instrument on many of the animals to eliminate the tumors. By 1934, Dr. Milbank Johnson felt that it was time that they should use the frequency instrument on terminal patients. Dr. Rife was hesitant about working with human patients at this time, and only agreed to do it if Dr. Johnson could arrange for a research committee headed by 6 of the top medical men in the United States. Because Dr. Johnson was a prominent man himself, well respected and a medical politician, he had the capability to do this. All these men were at the dinner hosted by Dr. Johnson in 1931. This group of men included Dr. George Fisher, Children's Hospital, New York, Dr. Wayland Morrison, Chief Surgeon, Santa Fe Railway, Dr. George Dock, Dr. Arthur I. Kendall, Director, Northwestern Medical School, and Dr. Alvin Ford, President of the American Association of Pathologists. He also wanted the medical committee to be under a legitimate university. Dr. Johnson arranged for the University of Southern California to sponsor the research committee. With all these requirements in place under Dr. Johnson's control, the clinic of 1934 was ready. Now they would see if the instrument would work on terminally ill patients who had no hope. The clinic lasted approximately 70 days and was held at the Ellen Scripps home near the Scripps Institute Annex in La Jolla. At the end of the 70 days, the research committee pronounced 14 out of the 16 patients clinically cured, a success rate of 87.5%. The remaining 2 patients had not fully recovered by the end of the clinic, and Dr. Johnson chose Dr. Couch to finish up with their treatments. 60 days after that, those patients had completely recovered as well. One sad note is that one of the patients who had recovered from the cancer gorged himself on sardines and other food. He had an adverse reaction, and it caused his liver to swell and rupture at the place where the tumor had been. Dr. Couch said the autopsy showed he had hemorrhaged to death, but there was no evidence of any cancer.
We had a clinic in 34 in La Jolla. Dr. Novak Johnson, a friend of mine, that was in Los Angeles when he was one of the big brass of the Pacific Mutual Life Insurance Company and one a millionaire. Incidentally, he was a medical politician, and he had the big whip. He could kind of show these boys in shape a little bit. And so we had this clinic. I didn't want to go it, but he said, all right, let's go ahead. That was just shortly after Miss Ellen Scripps died out there, and he rented a whole Ellen Scripps home. We run a clinic out there. We was there 90 days. We actually run a clinic about, I would say 70 days. We did actual clinical work. And first I told him I wanted it done in a legitimate order. First I told him, I said, I want you to surround on this committee with us a group of 6 of the biggest men you can pick in the United States. I said, you're a politician enough, you can do that. Which he did. We got Fisher of New York, we got Waylon Morrison, we got George Docks of Pasadena, and so on. Then I says, I want as our pathologist, I want Alvin Ford, which is a friend of both of us, of course. When he says, good Lord, he says, you've looked at 1,000 tissues to Alvin's 1. It doesn't make any difference. I said, he is the president of the American Association of Pathologists. And I said, I want his name on every one of the cases we treat. Now I said, I want you to organize a special medical research committee under a bona fide university, which we did under the University of Southern California, which Dr. Johnson contributed their library and so on and so forth. Like, he carried a weight there too. We did it. We run the clinic. We got through. We did all the reports, photographs before and after, this, that, and the other, of our 16 cases we had. At the end of the time when we had our meeting, Los Angeles Athletic Club up there, why, this board pronounced 14 of our cases clinically cured. Then, to finish up on some of these cases we had, he elected a doctor here in town to carry on this work. He picked him out of the group, an old country doctor. Dr. Johnson picked him out to carry on and finish up on some of these cases. Wasn't quite through yet.
And when I was told about this Dr. Rife, Royal Rife, and how he had a machine out at the Scripps Institute Annex, I went out to see about it and became very much interested in seeing the cases which he had. And the thing that brought me into it more quickly than anything was a man who had a cancer of the stomach. And he was associated at that time with Dr. Milbank Johnson, who was then the president of the Los Angeles Medical Society, a very wealthy man and a very big man in the medical world, the biggest in Los Angeles. And he had hired this annex for this demonstration over a summer of time, several months. And in that period of time I saw many things, and the one that impressed me most was a man who staggered into a table just on the vast end of cancer. He was a bag of bones. As he lay on the bed, Dr. Rife, Dr. Milbank Johnson said, if you just feel that man's stomach, doctor. So I put my hand on what was the cavity where his stomach was underneath, and he was just a cavity almost. He was so thin. Backbone and belly were just about touching each other. And I put my hand on his stomach, which was one solid, hard mass, about just what I could cover with my hand, somewhat of the shape of a heart. And it was absolutely solid. unmerciful. Nothing can be done for that. However, they gave him a treatment of the Rife frequencies, and in the course of time, over a period of 6 weeks to 2 months, to my astonishment, he completely recovered.
Because of the success of the 1934 clinic, several doctors acquired the frequency instruments and began using them on patients. Dr. Milbank Johnson acquired a frequency instrument and used it in his clinic until his death in 1944. Other clinical trials were done in 1935, 36, and 37 and later, and the success rate in those clinics was around 90%. In these clinics, all kinds of conditions were treated. The instrument used in the 1934 clinic had its origins when Rife began his experiments on the effect of frequencies on microorganisms. A paper found in Dr. Rife's files, written by one of his lab assistants and entitled Development of the Rife Ray and Use in Devitalizing of Pathogenic Microorganisms, explains the evolution or advancement of his frequency instrument. In January 1920, experiments were started to determine the effect of electrical influences upon pathogenic microorganisms. Tests were made for anode and cathode polarity influences and the effects of infrared, ultraviolet, and X-ray. The initial apparatus for the tests along this line of experiments was constructed and used in prolonged experiments during 1921 and 1922. In 1923, a more appropriate apparatus was assembled and used. The different frequencies were generated by a tube oscillator with many stages of amplification, the final stage being a 50-watt tube. This simplified frequency was in turn fed into an output tube. The output tube was constructed with a double expansion bulb blown from quartz, using a platinum anode and cathode. It had a 45-degree target for a directional effect. The frequency control of the instrument was exact to a fraction of a wavelength, making it possible to coordinate the frequency in each pathogenic microorganism with its own wavelength of frequency delivered from the instrument. During the next 8 years, these experiments continued, and the coordinating frequencies termed mortal oscillatory rate, or MOR, of most of the pathogenic microorganisms were found and recorded, including the frequencies of many of the virus or filter-passing forms of these organisms. In 1935, an entirely new application of the old principle was incorporated in an instrument built under the direction of Rife by Philip Hoyland of Pasadena, California. The new instrument was light socket powered and had an output of 50 watts. Furthermore, it was equipped to deliver 2 distinct frequencies simultaneously and both variable. In the early part of 1936, Rife and Hoyland spent much time collaborating on revising some of the fundamentals of the instrument due to the advancement that had taken place in electronics. And it was found that the carrier wave used in the previous instruments could be eliminated. During the summer of 1936, further experiments were carried on which resulted in an entirely new method of generating the desired frequencies. By 1937, several men, including Philip Hoyland, Dr. Couch, and Ben Cullen, a longtime friend of Rife, came to Dr. Rife with the idea of starting a company that would have the right to build and sell the frequency instruments to doctors worldwide. Rife, after much consideration, decided to go ahead, and Beam Ray Corporation was born. The company initially built 14 instruments, and they were sold to medical doctors. Most of the doctors were happy with the results achieved by the instruments. However, 2 of the machines which were shipped to doctors in England did not work as promised. Philip Hoyland had been contracted by Dr. Rife and the University of Southern California Medical Committee to build Rife's instruments in 1934. As an electronic engineer and the technical director of Beamray, he was supposed to make sure the instruments worked properly. He did not fulfill his agreement. As happens so often with new successful inventions, there were many wanting to be a part of this endeavor. One such man was Dr. Morris Fishbein. He tried to buy in through his representatives in Los Angeles. His offer was turned down, and he used all the power he could to try and get control of Beamray. His representatives met with Hoyland, who at that time was dissatisfied with his part in the company, and offered him $25,000 to help get control of the company. Subsequently, a lawsuit was brought by Philip Hoyland against Beamray Corporation, alleging that the company was not able to meet its financial obligations and that the board of directors should be dismissed and he should be put in control. It was found in the court proceedings that the AMA, through Fishbein, was attempting to take control of the company. Beamray won their case, but it left them penniless after the legal bills were paid. The judge in the case offered to represent Beamray in a suit against the AMA, but because they were financially bankrupt, it was impossible to pursue legal action at that time. Ironically, it is possible that if Fishbein had been able to get control of Beamray, he would have paid Dr. Rife only a royalty, and the instruments could be in every hospital today. After the trial, Dr. Rife went back to his research work in his laboratory. Penicillin was the first antibiotic to be discovered and put on the market. Many doctors were more interested in giving their patients antibiotics than looking at using an instrument which would use frequencies to destroy organisms. Antibiotics were seen as a panacea that would solve all of mankind's health problems, and enormous amounts of money were being poured into their development and into the pockets of the doctors that prescribed them. Under these circumstances, the interest in Dr. Rife's technology began to fade. Use of Rife's discoveries from 1938 to 1944 continued quietly among a few doctors who had his frequency instruments. In 1940, Mrs. Bridges, who had been donating to Rife's research laboratory, died. The money from Henry Timken was no longer there. Dr. Milbank Johnson died suddenly in 1944. His influence had made it possible for the doctors to use the frequency instruments. With his death, pressure was put on these doctors to use antibiotics, which were considered the conventional medical treatment for disease. They were told not to use the frequency instruments anymore. Rife eventually closed down his lab. In 1950, John Crane came to purchase a drafting set that Dr. Rife had to sell. Crane became interested in the research that Dr. Rife had been working on. By 1953, Dr. Rife, John Crane, and John Marsh formed a company called Life Labs Incorporated and began again to try and reintroduce the instruments to doctors. Antibiotics and many other drugs were not giving the results that had been anticipated, and new doctors were more willing to take a look at Rife's frequency instrument. During this time, John Crane and John Marsh began working on a revolutionary new, smaller, portable frequency instrument that would be less expensive than the current ray tube instrument. At that time, the ray tube instrument cost $7,500, which was equivalent to the cost of an average home. Even doctors found it expensive to purchase. The smaller frequency instruments eliminated the need for a ray tube by using pads that came in contact with the body to deliver the frequencies at a fraction of the cost. Because these instruments were smaller and came in contact with the body, they didn't need to have the same power as the ray tube unit. Due to cost and size, the RF carrier frequency portion that Dr. Rife normally used was left out to see how well they would work. Preliminary tests were encouraging, but the results were found to be extremely limited without the RF carrier frequency portion. Scientific tests have proven why Dr. Rife's use of an RF carrier is so important. It takes at least 1 megahertz to penetrate and go through the cells in the body. Frequencies lower than 1 megahertz were found to travel only through the connective tissue between the cells. Therefore, any instrument should have and use one of Dr. Rife's carrier frequencies, which ranged from 2.4 to 4.6 megahertz. In spite of all the encouraging results, the same pressures experienced by doctors after Dr. Johnson's death came into play again. In 1962, Life Labs shut down after a court battle. It appeared that Dr. Rife's research would be lost forever. Rife said that he had put his life and his fortune into this work with no monetary compensation, had finished it and handed it to mankind on a silver platter, but none of the people in positions of power wanted it. In 1971, Dr. Rife died, and the world lost an incredible mind. In January of 1986, Barry Lines wrote an article about Dr. Rife. John Crane contacted Barry Lines and asked him if he would help get the knowledge of Rife out to the world. Barry decided to write a book, and in 1987 published his book, The Cancer Cure That Worked. A new interest in Rife's great work then re-emerged and is spreading rapidly worldwide. Just the fact that you are watching this documentary is evidence that Dr. Rife's life and work were not in vain.
A very special program tonight, as is always the case when one of America's and the world's most brilliant scientists, John Bedini, joins us for a conversation. John's been a friend for years. I wish I could call him a colleague, but I'm not in his class. This man is truly a genius in the best sense of the word, and I'm not just blowing smoke. Those of you who have heard our programs before understand full well what I'm talking about, and I hope you'll go back in the archives and try and take them in if you possibly can. We're going to talk tonight with John Bedini about probably, well, in my estimation, and I'll just speak frankly without question, the greatest medical scientific genius of the last century and maybe of the last couple centuries and maybe beyond that. And his name, of course, is Royal Raymond Rife. That's R-I-F-E.
What we were doing was we were taking these square wave generators and we were following some of Tom Bearden's work, which had to do with pumped wave mixing, and I'll explain that a little bit. A pump wave mix is a low frequency, something around, say, 1 or 2 hertz.
That's very low.
Yes, and sometimes 0.5.
No.
And this gates on the oscillator. And, of course, then you can mix the frequencies that you want to mix in here, and it will change frequency by using this pump wave. So we actually developed a machine, that was quite detailed, and it was a mix of several different frequencies along with the pump wave. And we actually laid this machine underneath a microscope. And you could see these things, you could see these little paramecium. They would just fly apart. They would just go. Poof.
I've seen that footage or similar footage. Yeah, they would.
Yeah.
In other words, these are single-cell organisms
Right.
running all around, and when the frequency is turned on, they just would disintegrate. Just
Yeah,
pop.
and it was pretty easy to do that.
Mm-hmm.
When you got into some of the B. coli and you got into some of the strep,
Mm-hmm.
and we even grew. Strecker used to. I had a partner that was in Africa a lot, and he used to bring these rhino horns back. And I said to Strecker one day, I said, let's just put this stuff in the water and let's see what grows out of this. Now, you really don't want to mess with that, Jeff, because there's a lot of things
Mm-hmm.
that could grow. You follow me?
Sure.
And so we did. And we got some funny-looking things underneath the microscope, which Bob looked for hours and hours at these things. And we were able to poof, and they were gone.
Were they on the scale of paramecium? Same kind
Probably
of,
a little worse.
same kind of critters, though, same
Yeah,
size,
worms
basically.
and things like that,
Uh-huh.
Things that you could probably get by drinking the water there if it wasn't, unfiltered.
Yeah.
By the way, we worked, Strecker and I worked day in and day out, Saturdays and Sundays, probably for a good half a year, Jeff, on this, along with Tom Bearden. Tom Bearden was there, a couple of times, a couple of visits, watching things underneath the microscope and actually, hooking himself up to machines to feel what the pulse was and what this felt like and what that felt like. And, of course, Tom, had great intuition
Yeah.
in being able to tell you if the thing was harmful or not. And this was one of the things that was very important in our research work because it led us, to more, to a better technical standpoint as far as the circuits went. Because it wasn't a square wave and it wasn't a sine wave that was having, making this thing happen. And so I'll get into a little bit about that machine in a minute and how that machine operated because I think the audience needs to know that.
Very good. Okay. And the site that John Bedini has put together, excellent. And then, of course, the best Rife site is rife.org, loaded with information. Very important that you study up on this and understand what is being kept from all of us and how unnecessary most death, disease, and suffering is. Be right back. All right, we're right back with you and talking with John Bedini. All right, John, go ahead with the stories.
Okay, so
fascinating.
So basically, Jeff, what this machine was what we call a pump wave mixer. In other words, where we could, say, take 4 or 5 different frequencies, say 50 hertz, say 500 hertz, say 1,000 hertz, audio frequencies like Hoyland and Rife claim they were using. All right? And we would gate all these frequencies with a gate. In other words, with something that turned them on and off in the DC. We actually enfolded these waveforms into a DC potential. So that tells you right away that the machine was battery driven. You follow me? It was not plugged into the wall.
Okay.
And what we wanted to do...
So it's running, in other words, because it's DC, it wasn't, just for you folks out there, it clearly was not plugged into the wall. Coming off a battery.
Correct. And what we wanted to do, Jeff, was we wanted to enfold this mix of frequencies into the DC potential. All right? And the DC, which is direct current, all right, was at a potential, say, a couple hundred milliamps at the max. Something that would not, roll your eyes around if you touch the paddle. But what we wanted to see is if we could put the frequency into you and then measure it with a scope. And we were totally successful in doing this. And the cells in your body actually break this DC potential then apart, and the cells, the electrical impulses from the cell, mimic exactly the frequency on the scope. And so we knew then that this is what was killing these paramecium in there.
Okay.
See, because there wasn't enough current to even stun them. Like it was in microamps, like 2 microamps or something.
Now, some of you are saying, well, paramecium is huge compared to a bacteria and a virus, and that's true, but follow along here.
But what we were thinking, this is what we were thinking. We were thinking that if we could enfold these particular frequencies into some potential and then have the body cells translate it, we could open up these frequencies with something like a big bang. You follow me? To like rupture the virus or the bacteria. That's what we were thinking.
A surge.
Yeah, exactly. And so this took a lot of engineering time to get the frequencies to enfold on the DC line, and we developed a special set of circuits that did this, that actually we called a modulator, a DC modulator, where we could modulate the DC and have it come out straight so that it was undetectable. All right? Then when we applied this to you, you would see the sine waves and everything show up on the skin. And anywhere you touched, you would see this show up. So this was successful because my aunt was diagnosed at the time. And I said to Strecker, I says, why don't we just give her this machine? And of course, Bob Strecker, was game for anything. And he says, fine, give it to her. And I said, and then she can dial whatever she wants to dial, and she could do it at home or do whatever. And she had a thyroid problem of some kind where the thyroid had died or something, and they weren't sure what it was. And of course, Aunt Dorothy is the type that, if if you tell her, here, just do this and do that, then she'll just do all the experiments on her own.
Mm-hmm.
And so we gave her the machine.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, this lump appeared, which was down by her thyroid.
Hmm.
And she went into the hospital to have it removed. Well, they still got the lump, Jeff, because they don't know what happened to it. They cannot figure it out to this day.
Hmm.
It was just like how whatever was wrong with her now is totally crystallized.
Mm-hmm.
And we just removed it, and they study it.
Hmm.
It's just something that they removed, and of course...
So you're saying it accreted into a lump?
Yeah.
And then it was somehow...
Yeah, crystallized lump.
And that was it. Wow.
About the size of maybe a little bit bigger than a pigeon egg.
Uh-huh.
And of course, then they just cut it right out. But the pathologist said, geez, I've never seen anything like this. I've never seen anything so burnt in my whole life.
And this came right from her body like that?
Yeah, it came right from her body like that. And, it's well documented. I mean, Strecker knew about it. And of course, he just sort of smiled and went off on his way. And he says, well, he said to me one day, he says, I think we're making some progress, he said, at learning what this thing is. Because we're going to get into this in a minute, and it's going to get to where we can actually figure out what Rife did. And I know that this BCX machine and a couple others can do this.
Okay, very good. We've got a break coming up right now, John, so hold on, and let me just bring everyone up to date. We're talking with scientist John Bedini about the work of Royal Raymond Rife and how John and his associates, Dr. Robert Strecker and Tom Bearden, worked on the relics of Rife's wizardry and began to assemble their own approach, and how it is now understood pretty much exactly how Rife's genius worked. And it is something else, so stay tuned. Okay, back with John Bedini and our conversation. All right, let's go ahead and see where this goes. Now, all of you, hopefully by now, have been able to get to rense.com and have seen John Bedini's name in guests and taken the link that is there, and you're on his page. If not, please do so, because we're going to start looking at some images.
Yes, we are. We're going to do that right this moment. So if we go to the top of the page, Jeff, you see 4 pictures that start out the page, and it says underneath them, interferometer mix before the transmitter.
Right.
Okay, this is an interferometer, which is a phase mixing interferometer. Let's give a try at defining, if we can, in real simple, understandable terms, interferometer. Okay.
It's a tough one, but...
well, let's go down to the center of the page.
All the way down to the center?
Yeah, and you'll see a simple interferometer.
There it is.
Black and white.
Almost halfway down, it's a drawing, and it says underneath it, a simple interferometer. Okay.
Right. Now, see, there's a source, and then there's 2 slits there. See it?
Yep.
And see what it's doing? The light goes through, and they interfere with each other. You see what's happening there?
Yeah, I
so
see.
You get a bright spot, a dark spot, a bright spot, a dark spot. So all these waves are intermixing, and like ones are canceling out and creating a dark spot.
I see. So as the light source from the left moves from left to right, what are the 2 vertical lines? What would those signify?
The 2 vertical lines?
Mm-hmm, those 2...
Where it says S?
Yeah.
That's the source.
Okay.
That's the source wave. See it?
So the whole, the source wave itself is contained within those 2 vertical demarcations, and then it moves through what kind of an outlet?
Yeah, it's going through 2 phased outlets there.
Okay.
See?
All right.
So basically interferometer, what I want to do is, an interferometer is the same thing that creates a laser hologram. In other words, a picture in 3D.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, if we were using sound instead of light here, you would have a 3D sound. In other words, you would think it was 3D.
Mm-hmm.
All right?
Mm-hmm.
So how this is accomplished is if we go back up to the page, the very, first set of pictures.
Go right up to the top, and those are what they look like. They're 4 monitors, if you will.
Yeah.
And the top left picture looks like a donut.
Right.
Right.
So, what I've done here is I've taken one frequency, and I've taken its phase,
Mm-hmm.
and I've altered it, 4 or 5 different ways
Mm-hmm.
in this interferometer,
Mm-hmm.
and then I've taken another frequency and altered it 4 or 5, and then I've mixed it together, and what appears here is a donut,
Mm-hmm.
to show you that what the interferometer is capable of doing. Now, if we go to the next picture to the right,
Okay, mixing 2 frequencies at one
mixing 2
time.
frequencies at one time, you can see there's one fundamental frequency out there, but then there's this little frequency in the center, and you see it?
Yep.
It's like ringing inside there.
Mm-hmm.
So what we're able to do is we're able to take this thing, mix the frequencies in the correct phase,
Mm-hmm.
and then send them to the Rife unit. So all our frequencies are already mixed. You see, now we add more frequencies and we go into this 4-wave mixing. See?
Mm-hmm.
And you got a box that looks like a circle at the top and a circle at the side and a circle at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
So that's giving you an indication, and that mix there is probably real high in frequency because of the phasing on this. Now, if you move to the next picture, here's 2 fundamental frequencies inside each wave. So in other words, I've put the master frequency inside the carrier frequency. See, the carrier frequency is that big one on the outside.
Uh-huh.
And the frequency that I really want to focus on is on the inside.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then if I go down to the next picture,
Mm-hmm.
you see, I added a pump wave signal to it, which is this DC pump wave.
Okay.
And I'm pumping this wave, which is, by the way, the same wave that is in the 4th picture that we
I see.
just looked at.
Okay.
All right? And then if I go and I tell the interferometer, let's do a spatial dimension, where I take the wave apart and I subtract, the right from the left frequency,
Mm-hmm.
then I get this right here.
Hmm.
I get this circle that I can expand and contract. All right? Then if I go down to the next picture, here's using the interferometer to adjust
Mm-hmm.
1.6 megahertz, because that was one of Rife's frequencies for cancer. 1.6 megahertz.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm telling the interferometer to do is to pump the crystal oscillator to move from 1.6 megahertz to 1.56120, because how do I know that 1.6 megahertz was exactly what he had?
Understand.
So I want the machine to cover a little range here, because suppose cancer isn't cancer. You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
Suppose that maybe cancer is just a little bit off today, or somehow it's genetically modified. So what I want to do is I want to be able to cover a range, and I want to be right on his frequency. I want this to return
Mm-hmm.
all the time to 1.6,
Mm-hmm.
but I want to be able to vary it. So let's go look at a pump wave. And we'll hit this first picture. It says the gate frequency of 0.1 hertz is triggered the interferometer to make changes in the frequency in the 1.604 megahertz wave.
Mm-hmm.
So what I've told the interferometer to do here is pump at 0.1 hertz, and when you click on this, it'll open up, and it should come up to your click that one, and it'll load up. And let's see if you get that.
Yeah, it's a QuickTime, and
Yes.
it shows.
And you
I
watch
see.
the counter.
Uh-huh.
You see it. You see it pumping there,
Yep.
and then
So
look
it's-
at the counter.
Oh, fascinating.
Yeah, so I'm scanning all the frequencies in that area at one time.
And what is the range again of the scan?
The scan is
1.6.
yeah. I'm taking his cancer frequency,
Uh-huh.
and I'm telling it to vary all over the bandwidth using this one frequency with this pump wave.
How far away from 1.6 megahertz does it go before it comes back?
Well, if you look at the counter there,
Tough to read, but
yeah, I know it goes down, Jeff, to about 50 hertz.
gee,
So it's moving all over.
it is indeed. All right, but very precisely so. And hold on, we'll pause and come right back to John Bedini. Okay, back with John Bedini and learning all kinds of things. So we can see how that waveform covers a range and returns over and over and over again. It sweeps. It always comes back to home. Okay, John.
All right, so here's the thinking here. That your body has certain frequencies that it is constantly emanating. In other words, the cells talk to each other. And so what I want to do is I want to be able to take this interferometer and I want to be able to take the frequencies that the cells are talking at, and I want to put it into the interferometer, flip it around, and have it pump it back. You follow me?
Sure.
So I want to reverse whatever the cell's doing. And this is part of the, Tom Bearden's theory of four-wave mixing in the Prioré machine and the Rife machine. And so what I want to do is, what you have to be able to do is, since we don't know exactly, what was in this Rife machine. I mean, nobody has been able to find a working machine that is a true Rife machine. You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
From the 30s.
Right.
And who we're talking about is, if we move down the page just a little bit, and we'll come across this first drawing, which is a block diagram of the interferometer oscillator. And this sort of is a block diagram so you can understand that it's crystal controlled. In other words, I have set the frequency anywhere between 1 megahertz to 4.33 megahertz. Now, this is very important because this was in the original Rife machine, the 4.33 megahertz. So now I've got my 4.33 megahertz,
Okay.
which is the carrier wave for the Rife tube. You follow me?
Okay, 4.33 megahertz was the carrier wave upon which and within which, I guess, other frequencies were embedded.
Yes, and now we're going to get into how that was embedded.
Okay.
All right. Now, see this, where it says, right, just follow the box down, and it says gated interferometer. Now, that's a gate. That's a DC gate. That allows the frequency that you're putting into this to be pumped into this 4.33 megahertz. It's basically, you would term it, Jeff, a modulator. You follow me?
Gotcha.
But a DC modulator.
Mm-hmm.
And not so much where it's working like amplitude modulation on a radio station or FM modulation.
Right. And for any of you out there saying, what are they talking about? Just keep in mind that all this is on John's website, on the page for you. Don't worry about it. You're not going to be tested on this. What we're trying to do is explain to you how true scientific inquiry and brilliance cracked an incredible riddle and solved it.
Yeah, this is the only way you can do it, is by taking all the blocks and putting them together.
Right.
And so you can see down here, I've got in the next box, I say dual phase oscillator. So when I say dual phase, that means that this oscillator can do both phases, plus and minus. In other words, out of phase from each other, like 180 degrees out from each other, but in the same plane. You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
So that if I was to take this dual-phase oscillator and couple this together, you would see nothing at its output. It would be hidden. So that's exactly what I'm saying there. And then I go over to a 4-wave pump mixer, which is mixing 4 more waves with the dual phase. And then this then is amplified and goes into the gated interferometer. And then this frequency appears up here where it says antenna and ground. See? It's like you're sitting in between this.
Mm-hmm.
2 plates, in other words.
Okay.
Now, see this sense here? It says potential sense.
Mm-hmm.
That's an electrode that would be placed on you. So it's sensing the potential that you're already at, whether you're positive, you're negative. It's sensing all that.
That's on the block diagram of the interferometer oscillator.
Okay, so let's go down a little further.
Okay.
And then you run across another diagram.
Oh, I see. Special thanks to James Baer for the work he and James has been on the program years ago. Another fine mind. Yeah.
Right. Special thanks to him, because without James Baer, I don't think this whole routine would have started up again.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a great guest. Just Superman. All right.
And then also special thanks is given to Tom Bearden for his insight into this scalar vector field.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, what we're making is a scalar field that we want to use the scalar field because it's at a 0. In other words, it's non-detectable, but it's detectable in the cells. That's what we're working towards here. All right, so we look at the next picture, and this is one of Tom's drawings, and it shows galloping velocity, harmonics, subharmonics, and wave pairs. That's from Whittaker. And that's 1904, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, down underneath that is John Crane's generator that he used to sell.
Yeah, there it is. Right off the shelf, folks.
Yeah, right off the shelf. There it is.
Eventually, he put his own little nameplate on the front of it, as I remember.
Yes, he did.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he did. And a real important picture is the picture that's coming up with Dr. Rife and Hoyland.
That's quite a picture.
That is the actual BioRay machine.
That's Dr. Rife's ray machine, right
Yes,
there.
it is. And that's Hoyland pointing at the tube.
Call it his beam ray machine.
Yeah, that's right. That's the beam ray machine. And see all those dials? See these dials on the front?
Uh-huh.
They're pretty clear in this picture, and I got this picture. I had this picture left from making prints when I worked with Crane, because we reprinted all his pictures. See that little thing in the center above that center knob? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's a seeing eye tube. I don't know if you've seen this on old radios. It's a green looking tube, and when you get the station, it opens up or it closes.
I see. I can look at it. I've got a magnifying glass. I can see it. So
Yeah.
Gotcha.
It's one of those. It's one of those indicator tubes that told the signal level. So,
wow.
So I think they were using this basically to get a tune on certain frequencies.
I see.
And of course, then there's a milliamp meter.
So when it was solid, whatever it was, green, red, or whatever, then the frequency was achieved.
Right.
This is remarkable because this is in the early 30s. This is no computers, no. Remember, Rife did all this work in his lab with no computers, no television. His mind.
Yeah, nobody to talk to at night.
No.
So then, of course, if you go down a little bit, then we'll come back to some of these things, because we want to get into the real important part about how these actually the potential in the machine actually explodes these things. And you can see John Crane sitting in the next two pictures. Here he's explaining Rife, but see the paper that he's holding there?
Right.
Dr. Strecker gave him this paper, and that's the AIDS virus right there.
That's Strecker's drawing of HIV?
No, that's Strecker got this paper
from
the university or something, and they actually diagrammed the AIDS virus and see.
I've
that's
seen
why
that
Crane's
picture.
holding that up.
Yeah, it's round as I remember it.
Yeah, it's right there. It's
Yeah.
round. You can make it out a little bit there.
I had it on the cover of my book, come to think of it.
Yeah. and it was almost like a schematical drawing. Did you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, there's John Crane in a silent moment. And then coming up...
He's thinking about all that money he owes.
Well, John Crane had his good points, Jeff. You can see here, if you just go down a little bit, go down like halfway, or just a little bit before halfway.
Mm-hmm.
This was John Crane's diploma.
The trade certificate?
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly who he was. And that's a card that was left over that we made a copy of. And that's what he gave us when he came to work for us.
Mm-hmm.
See, it says right there, John Crane Certificate, 1942.
How smart a man? Obviously, he was intelligent.
Oh, yeah.
Was he a Class A research scientist, a Class B research scientist, kind of a journeyman research scientist?
Well, he was more or less a C at that, and an A at industrial drawing.
Got it.
And putting things together. I mean, you couldn't beat him. You know, when I don't care who you put on the drafting table, John Crane beat him. Right. You know, he'd work them to death. They just couldn't keep up with him. And this guy's 70-some years old.
Mm-hmm.
So John Crane could conceive things in his mind and put them right to paper and then go build it. That's how incredible he was. But whether it worked or not, Jeff, was a different story, but you don't know until you do it.
Got it. Well, interesting stuff. Okay, coming back after the top of the hour break, our third hour with John Bedini tonight, he's going to explain how Rife's technology was able to destroy viruses and bacteria and other submicroscopic organisms as we continue. Okay, and back with scientist John Bedini. We're talking about Royal Rife. Okay, John, let's go right ahead with the journey tonight. Fascinating.
It's a fascinating journey. So if we go down to the yellow writing right underneath John Crane's pictures, we'll just do a little recap here. I told you about the front yard. I told you about the house. And right here I put it in print. To walk through John Crane's house was to walk through some kind of maze. Boxes everywhere. Things piled on tables. Dust. A half-inch thick in some areas, rooms, and so on here. The important thing is the second paragraph there. See, John Crane was the true mentor of Rife. He actually believed that he knew all this stuff. And he could quote it. I mean, he could tell you, you know, X and Y. But Z was always left out. So, the thing about this is that right here, John Crane was the true mentor of Rife. He understood everything Rife understood because Rife trained him. Well, I don't know, because he said Rife trained him. But yet when it came to the lab, you know, the work and what Strecker was trying to do, it just didn't work out. But that's not that he didn't know. It's what he knew at that time. So to quote Crane precisely, Rife told me the secret to the machine, and I know how to build it. So we know Crane understood that the simple square wave generator would not cure anything. I got Crane to admit this to me when one day I asked him, why are you selling these simple square wave generators? Crane responded by saying, it works on some people, and that's good enough. And it was true. It worked on my end. It did not work on my other end, but it did work on my one end.
So 50-50?
Yeah. I would argue with him by telling him that the circuit diagram he was selling were not even functional. And then I would ask him why the circuits did not look anything like the real machine did that were sitting right in front of us. Crane would then just say, the square wave generator works better, and you will not cause any radio interference. So there's the key. You see, Rife held an FCC license to work his machine.
Right.
For $2,000, anybody can go have the FCC look it up, and then they don't guarantee that. So we just didn't do it. Go ahead, he said, hook up the transmitter tube. It's right here. So I hooked it up, and I dialed in the frequency, and it didn't kill anything in the incubator. Because Strecker examined that right after the treatment, you know, because he could tell, because that was his field.
Right.
So it still would not kill anything even after we got it fixed, and that was the AZ58 machine. That's the one that John Crane and I forget the guy's name. It just skips my memory for a minute. But he was an electronics expert for the police department, and so we did all this, and then I think the thing that excited Dr. Strecker the most were the reports about the microscope. I quote him from my notes, and I have all the notes. I have talked to some people that bought John Crane's microscope, and they report that they can see things they've never seen before. They say they can get 5,000 out of the scope. Now, Crane could have built this scope at the shop with the metalworking machines we had, but he refused for some reason. So Strecker and I were forced to buy regular medical microscopes to study things that we could see.
Which magnified 5,000 power?
Yeah, 1,200 times.
Right.
You know, not much at all, just 1,000 times.
Okay.
Some of these things can be seen in Crane's lab notes that now are on Stan Truman's site, of course, at rife.org.
Right.
These are only a few notes Crane would carry around with him. The one set of papers that are missing contained all the research work done on the Risley prisms. And why, and of course we know what the Risley prisms were. They were those prisms that were counter-rotating underneath the microscope. Okay, so Rife chose to use them. Could it be that Rife knew more than he was telling all the medical people? I think so, because John Crane's comment to me in my lab notes, you must modulate this virus with light to see it. Key, you must modulate this virus with light to see it. Remember?
Sure.
The light interferometer.
Got it.
It must become resonant with the light interference. Those were in the notes.
And when that happens, the organism began to
light up.
fluoresce. Yeah.
Yeah. In other words, you must cause the light interference before the subject would appear. Then it could be seen in its own color.
But this normally you would not be able to see anything.
Right. you normally you would just pass it by.
Right.
We're talking about interferometer or heterodyning. Using this process, one can change the phase of light, cancel certain frequency out, and add others to it, i.e. a special mixer for light. So see, there's two ways to look at this. So let's just go down a little bit more. And this is the whole story, and people can read this at their own leisure. But we want to get into the exciting things here. We want to get down.
Yeah, let's try and jump into it as soon as we can.
Yeah, we're going to go right now. Okay, so we're going to go down the bottom of the page.
How far down to the bottom?
About almost to the bottom to where it says the AZ-5080 working MOPA transmitter.
Is that past the block tables?
Yeah, it's past the Rife machine must do all these fundamentals at one time. So 10:29:05, just past that. It's off to the left of the page.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, it says the AZ-5080 working.
Just look on the left side of the page for the date 10/29/05, and you'll find it. The AZ-5080 working MOPA transmitter.
Okay, now, how do we know that we have a real machine, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we go to 11:01:05.
Okay.
Okay, now here's a real AZ-58 firing a beam at a piezoelectric crystal out on the bench. So go ahead and click on that one right there. It says a few experiments today.
That's the left-hand monitor. There are two monitors there, left and right. So
we're going to do both of them.
All right, click on the left one. That's a quick time, and it'll show you some video as well. Okay.
Yeah, now this is adjusting the AZ-58 to the resonant frequency of the crystal.
Mm-hmm.
And so if the crystal picks this up, you know you got it.
Oh, I see. So the crystal is being held and moved toward
exactly. And
that
you can
plasma
see it on
gas.
The scope.
Right.
And then on the next one, I'm going to tune it for you.
Huh. Okay.
See?
Yep. All right, so we'll go back and click on the other monitor.
Yeah, so go back, click on the other monitor.
Okay. Got that?
This is how you know you have a genuine Rife machine, whether or not it's putting out anything in that Fanatron.
Uh-huh.
Now, see, I'm going to put a copper shield there.
Right.
Goes right through it.
Huh.
Now I'm tuning it by hand here.
When you say tuning it, you're tuning the output of the machine?
No, I'm tuning the frequency input to resonate the crystal. This is how precise it is.
Okay.
See, it's very critical that you get to the correct frequency.
So you want to resonate the crystal. What happens when that occurs?
Then the virus explodes.
Okay, right? I see.
Okay, so now we're going to get out of here. And we're going to go down to these charts so you understand the charts.
Okay. All right, we'll do that in just a couple minutes.
Okay.
Remember, all these little pieces of videotape are always on this page, so you can go through. And again, all of you who are interested in this, either lay people or scientists, you can look at this anytime you'd like. Thanks to John Bedini. We'll be back. Okay, and back. Fascinating video on John Bedini's site. Bookmark the site. Okay, John, let's go down to, I guess, 11.
Right, we're going to go to Bacillus X, Jeff.
All right.
We're going to go to the chart. We're going to go to Bacillus X.
All right,
now you'll see.
I'm not sure that's the first one on the left. Bacillus X. All right.
And you see Hoyland's measured frequencies from the 1934 Rife machine instrument.
Okay.
Rife number 4.
Right.
Okay, so right there is his measured frequency, 1.604.
Now, Hoyland was working for Rife at this time, and we can rely on his measurements as being accurate.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we're going to see why.
All right.
Okay, now, his audio frequency mix was 21,275 in a sine wave. See?
Mm-hmm.
Now go click on the spectrum analysis, which is the blue picture on the right-hand side. Just click on that one and it'll open up. And boy, look where that fundamental ends up. See the line drawn?
Yeah.
That's 1.6 megahertz.
Right there in the center.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So now if we go back, and we're going to show you just how precise this guy was, how close he was. B. coli rod, see, 417 kilohertz.
Mm-hmm.
There's the audio frequency, 8,020.
Now, when you say audio frequency for our listeners, does that mean...
That's the audio frequency input.
Okay.
To drive the gate oscillator that he had made.
Okay, I got it.
You follow me?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, see here, the machine's output frequency is at 3.9 megahertz here.
That's on the far right of that second line of the chart.
It tells you the exact frequency because this was one of my costly experiments, Jeff. And so if we click on that one, look at all the fundamentals. But look what's showing up, where the dotted line is with the star.
Huh.
See, it could have been any one of these.
I see.
You follow me?
Yeah, how are you going to pick?
Yeah, so now we'll go back, and we'll go to his next one, because we just want to prove here that what Hoyland said about the frequencies were correct.
All right, the next one is B. coli, a virus.
Yes. So you go click on the next spectrum analysis, and look what shows up.
Huh.
He is
damn
close each time.
Yeah.
So, with a gated frequency oscillator, Jeff, this would move, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It would move back and forth and actually cover it.
Mm-hmm. Would sweep.
Yeah. So any one of these that you click on, and I want to get to the real important part, but because I know that we don't have much time. But so anyway, they're there for your pleasure. Anybody can view it to prove to themselves that, and I did it. I did the experiments because this is the way I had to prove it to myself.
So these are the frequencies that Rife was using in 1934-35.
Yeah, and the Hoyland machine.
Measured, and these were killing the organisms.
Yeah.
Now, Rife called a number of things. Well, I don't know if it's a number, but streptothrix.
Yeah.
What is streptothrix?
Yeah.
Streptococcus? Is it a group name for streptococcus?
Yeah.
All right.
I think.
Okay, well, then he had tuberculosis, a frequency for killing that bacterium, and...
just for the heck of it here, click on tuberculosis.
Okay.
Click on the spectrum analysis.
Right.
And see, look at that.
Mm-hmm. Real close.
See the big fundamentals?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, which one was it, see? But look at what shows up from Hoyland's measurements. Right, the dotted line right there is exactly on the frequency.
Wow. Yeah.
So this guy was definitely hiding the frequencies by gating the frequencies.
This guy being
Hoyland.
The Rife knew this.
Well, Rife
did he?
didn't know it.
So how was this? So Hoyland was pulling a fast one on Rife for what reason?
Well, I'll tell you why. You're going to see here in a second.
This doesn't mean Rife wasn't successful with his work.
Oh, no. Rife was successful, but Rife's frequencies, Rife thought were the fundamentals. Hoyland discovered by working in Rife's lab how to get a whole new set of frequencies that kill them. And these are Hoyland's frequencies. And so I decided I got to test this, and this is what I'll do. I'll build this machine, and I'll put these frequencies in, and I'll modulate it through a gate, which is very hard to do in the AZ58 because you have to change the circuitry in the cathode of that triode tube. So it's a difficult thing to do.
No, yeah.
But once you do it, this stuff just, bang, it's right there.
Wow.
So it's just now, Jeff, this is a good point, because now the only thing missing with the Fanatron tube is the amount of power that he had.
Many of the Rife frequencies that we all know, the lay people know about, are in hertz.
Yes.
Not megahertz, not
Kilohertz.
Okay, there you go. So they're not megahertz. People need to know that.
Well, see, if you divide these by, and you'll find this on Stan Truman's site, if you divide this frequency by John Crane's formula, you end up with 2028 for cancer. Okay, and I'll show you what happens here.
Well, 770, 727, those are pretty classic.
Yeah, those are Hoyland's frequencies, see?
Oh.
And then we'll go down and we'll show you something here.
All right, be right back with John Bedini. All right, let's rejoin John Bedini and head on down to the next table. Okay, John.
Okay, now, what we did in the next table is we used a square wave input. All right?
Right.
And see, if we go back to Bacillus X, here's Hoyland's given frequency. And this is Hoyland's measured frequency.
Okay,
see, 1934.
Through a square wave generator comes out 21,275 hertz.
Is the audio frequency. Now, where do you think the 2275 comes from? John Crane reduced the numbers. Okay, now if you go to the spectrum analysis, you see, it's lining up with the square wave. Pretty close.
It is.
Yes, it is. Seeing what Brett Nichols did here, the man that helped me with this, which I have to give him credit for, is he told you the percentage on the side of the chart that it's off. You see? On all these things. So, people can look at these at their leisure. Jeff, what we want to get to is let's explode some viruses.
Okay.
We're back here. Let's just explode. But let's go down to 11.805.
All right. That's the date on the left-hand side, 11.8 of 05. There we go.
Now, the AZ58 modulated, fixed, modulated. The machine now can modulate. You follow me?
Right.
Where it couldn't do that with what John Crane was building. All right. The AZ58 modulated with Hoyland's 21,275 hertz BX frequency. The 11,780 hertz, which is 11 megahertz, all right, is dead on. But the machine's carrier frequency must be calibrated exactly to do this. Here's the picture. This is the picture. The doctors had to vary the frequency a little bit while they were treating the patients. It's all documented, Jeff.
Vary it how much? Would pulsing
back and forth with the dial a slight amount.
Would pulsing it work, or would it have to be varied?
Yes, that's why Hoyland put the gate frequency in there to pulse this. But the doctors didn't trust that, so they varied it anyway. So see here, in this case, it was 4.4 megahertz. And I say right here, this is probably why the doctors complained of having to recalibrate the machine all the time and often varied the frequencies around when using the machine. There's the answer right there. And I proved that out by varying it around. So I did the same thing.
All right.
So let's go. We're going to the videos there on the next page.
Okay. Down at the bottom and on the left, you'll see videos on the next page.
Yeah, so let's go down here, and this is why I'm saying that the BCX machine and a few other machines can do this. Because if I can do this using the same type of RF output that they're using, and their machines are intermixing the frequencies,
right?
The only thing is that you must be close to what you're getting at. So here it is. Let's go to the first one, paramecium destroyed.
Okay.
And that should take a few seconds to load, but we want to watch this.
It's on your left.
Yeah.
It's in blue. It says, see the videos.
Yeah.
And you made these?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I did. I had everybody there under a whip until I got this.
All right, well, you can see them swimming, moving around.
Now watch the pulse come through. And bang. They just explode.
Boy, that's in I can't even imagine how quickly that happens, but they're just mush.
Yeah, but watch that again. Go back and watch it again, and watch the wave that goes through the liquid.
Okay, hold on. I can do this by hand. Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Yes, it's a sonic wave.
Huh.
See it?
Interesting.
It moves everything.
Yeah.
Now let's go to the next one.
A sonic wave.
Let's go. Stunned with RF only, but then disintegrated with 12 kilohertz audio modulation. Let's do that one.
All right. Stunned with RF only. RF is radio frequency.
Yes. And what does the BCX use?
Yeah, it's our RF generated, sure.
Yeah. It's the only way to do this.
Yeah, and the manual, everything is in hertz.
Yeah.
That's RF.
Well, in hertz is in cycles per second.
Right.
So watch this video. And boy, we got him there. We had to make a special setup on a microscope to get this.
Huh. What is the dark black line on the left?
Okay, that is on top of the slide. There's a wire that's on top of the slide that's carrying the signal.
So it's coming off that wire. I get it. Okay.
Yeah, because we can't put the tube right there, see?
Right.
All right, now let's do that one again.
Okay.
And watch the wave. Bang. I stun them with the RF. That's just the radio frequency. So they slow down. And then I hit them with the audio. Watch.
Okay, I'm watching it. There, they get slow. All right.
I stun them.
Yeah.
And now I'm going to hit them. Bang.
Yeah, they're gone.
Yep. They're in pieces, see it?
Yeah, they are in pieces.
Yeah, and if we don't do it, we just keep dropping this stuff on the slide here, you know, because I wanted these videos. You know, I wanted this stuff up on the internet because I wanted everybody to know that this stuff does exist. Okay, now, what I do here is I take a neon lamp, right, and I put it in series with the wire on top of the slide, and I still kill them. Watch. I just blow these things up.
That's the next video.
Yeah. It's pretty quick. It's a fast one.
Yeah.
And bang.
Okay, that's how you folks can kill living organisms with RF.
Right. Now, also, I've put up here, I show you some pictures of what this AZ is putting out for waves here in the top. And I guess you got a little break here coming up.
Yeah, I see. Very good. Okay, excellent. Back in a minute with John Bedini. Okay, an unprecedented look at the work of Royal Raymond Rife through the eyes and mind of John Bedini and his colleagues. So it is up there on the net, understandable now for the first time, really. I think anybody, even I think a high school pre-med type or anybody with any kind of scientific background, anybody could get, I think, a good grasp of this, John, simply by following the way you put this together, and it's a marvel to see.
Well, it's something that I just had to do because I had to test all these things in my own mind, Jeff. And
well, I know you've been working on this for many years.
Oh, 22 years.
Yeah, I know.
You know, I had to come up with what I said here. The Abrams machine is nothing more. Let's talk a little bit about what the thing is that actually allows this to happen. Okay.
Okay.
The Abrams machine, or the oscilloclast, what it was termed the oscilloclast, was nothing more than a set of induction coils. And what I mean by induction coils, electromagnets, okay? And by breaking and making an arc with these electromagnets, you generate a high voltage. And us guys that work in that field with high voltages call it a potential. So, by beating that potential, by taking that potential and applying it to you, you charge, and then the charge slowly discharges out of your system to ground. And then the machine comes back. It's like a pendulum swinging back and forth, Jeff. Bang, you get hit with this potential, and then the pendulum starts to swing the other way, and the potential bleeds off the ground.
Mm-hmm.
So, by doing this, you charge and discharge yourself, and at the same time, this DC potential contains all these frequencies in harmonics.
Mm-hmm.
And so therefore, you'll just hit upon the one. It'll work. I mean, it has to work because you can see it show up on the spectrum analysis.
Right.
So whether the machine is real powerful or not as powerful as what Wright had,
kind of doesn't matter.
That just takes a little more time.
Right.
In other words, you may end up taking an hour treatment in your experiment.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, and then I've had people say, "Well, I can just drive a spike in a tree and bring the wire from the tree,
yeah,
and I can pulse that." And I said, "Yes, you can." I said, "There's all kinds of ways to do this. You could take you could take stuff from Stubblefield, and do the same thing."
Hmm.
These are all monumental people.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, these guys are classics for working in a field, you know, and who knows what they went through, Jeff, with the ridicule and stuff.
Well, I know the way Stubblefield eventually died was just a shame, and
yeah. And then you take Tom Bearden, right, with all his books and everything, and we've already proven out that Tom Bearden, 100 times is right, especially with the new books coming out now with all the circuits and everything, which I did give you a preview of that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
And, that'll be available. I was told that book will be available on the Tom Bearden website, at the end of the month.
Good.
So I'll make sure that you get one of those.
Well, very much like one.
And along with the video, I think the video is going to be very important because that shows a lot, especially the work he did in the Meg. And, of course, Tom Bearden has always been one, out on the far end. And it's just something, I just can't believe that people just want to stay in that narrow path, Jeff, and never look to the side of the fork.
Well, most people do. I remember seeing one of Tom's original videotaped lectures, which had to be from the late 80s, on some of these advanced scalar weapons.
Uh-huh.
Talk about being ahead of the curve.
Well, that's another interferometer, Jeff.
Right.
And I was going to point out something to you. If you wanted live demonstration of a scalar, of a interferometer working with sound, Gary and I have put up a website. In other words, we run a station on, I don't know if you've ever heard of this or not, live365.com.
Yeah, I have.
Okay, well, you just go there and type in Bedini Audio Spatial.
Mm-hmm.
And there's mono recordings that I go as far back as some of them are from the 40s. You know, all the oldies. I do all the oldies that have been done with the interferometer. And I do all the 70s rock, the stuff that we actually grew up with. And then I do all the new age stuff.
What's it sound like?
Well, it's in 3D.
Yeah.
It's a 128 kilobit station on Live 365. And I point blank say on there that I never run the interferometer, you know, in a high level. I just do the 3D, Jeff, and you'd be kind of amazed if you went and listened to it. Because
I'll do it, yeah.
That's a real, you know, that's an ear opener.
Yeah.
All right? But Gary and I have been doing that for 2 years now. We've had that up and running. And
gee, how dare you have any fun?
Well, you know, we got our audio customers and stuff like that. They want to see what you're doing, right?
Right.
And of course, we were, you know, all the movies in the theater and everything used the base processor, which was the Bedini Audio Spatial. So movies like Star Trek used it, and Hunt for Red October and Robo Boy, and plus all the country and western recordings that were done with that. You know, so we've been busy.
Yeah.
And I don't like to just sit around and do nothing. And
you'll never fall into that trap.
No, I will not, Jeff. And I you know, I know where the world's at, so I just I follow my path day in and day out. You see me do the same thing. When I get really bored, I build hot rods, and you can find those cars on some of the things. But I know it's coming to an end, Jeff. You know, we better look at powering our future by ourselves.
Right. That's true.
Because it's definitely going to go there.
Anything new on Stubblefield's work? You were doing a lot of research with.
Well, what we're doing right now with Stubblefield is we're coming up with some earth batteries that are going to run what we call our radiant oscillators. Now, let me explain something about the radiant oscillators to you. You know, that's part of this book that's coming out. Radiant oscillator is radiant. In other words, it's an oscillator that's forced by itself at whatever particular frequency it wants to run. And so what we've developed is we can take solar panels in low light, in other words, no sun, and we can charge your batteries. So we've done that, and we've filed patents and everything on that, like we filed on the monopole motors and things like that, so that we've licensed 2 of these products, Jeff. One is going to come out in a golf cart charger. Now, a normal golf cart can run maybe 8 miles or something, right? And we can extend the mileage to 20 miles just by using that charger.
Neat.
Yeah, so the 1,500 watts that you would draw from the wall, right? Now we can take and it only uses 400 watts to do the same thing the 1,800 watt charger is doing. Plus, it rebuilds your batteries.
When will this be available?
It's available. It's going into production right now, and I'll send you all the information on it.
Very good.
And so the next thing was off-grid homes, solar. And so we took the radiant oscillator from the golf chargers, and we modified that, and we said, gee, all these people got to buy thousands of dollars worth of panels, right? And then in 3 years, they got to replace their batteries.
Right.
And we're saying, why should you replace the battery at all? You know, let's make it so the battery never gets hot, never overheats, doesn't boil away, and give it the same charge, if not more. So that's another one of the things that we're doing.
Terrific.
And I'm never going to stop, Jeff. That's the way you're going to find me at my bench.
Well, I don't think Stubblefield ever stopped either, did he?
No, he didn't. They just found him, you know, between those 2 toasty plates, and that was it.
What a strange story that was.
Yeah, but, you know, Jeff, in the generation that we came from, the way the schools were when we were growing up, is you could discuss this. If you had an idea, you weren't put down for it.
You were encouraged to discuss
Yeah, you were encouraged to do it for some strange reason.
Independent achievement, independent thought.
But I don't know what it is today.
It's hive, group.
I don't know.
Don't step out of line. Think of the group always. That's what they're teaching.
Well, there can't be any progress, Jeff.
Overachievers are ostracized like you wouldn't believe now. So
You know, it's
kids
just,
have got to be tough.
I've been following some of it, but I'm just like, I just can't believe what's going on.
It is.
I can't understand why they don't want their country.
Yeah, I know. John, thank you again for all you do, all you've done, and if you happen to talk to Bob Strecker, please extend my regards, and certainly to Tom as well, and we'll visit your site. It'll be up there, and we'll talk again.
Jeff. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Good night.
All right.
Scientist, researcher John Bedini. All right, now you can take a look and see what Rife's work was really all about. And we do, again, invite you to go look at the BCX up under New Earth at the top of Rense.com. All right, we'll be off for 21 hours at least.
One of the ways that you can tell that you're finished, I use live cell analysis in my practice, dark field phase contrast live blood analysis. So we look at the blood under a microscope. Oh, and the blood is just a wonderful picture of what's going on inside your body. You can see the shapes and sizes of the blood. You can see the garbage and debris that's floating around. And you may see all the debris from the deactivation of these pathogens by the electrification of the blood machine. So when you see that in your blood, even though you may feel better, you may want to continue a little more. Now, it's very important that you drink water and you keep the elimination systems open while you're using this machine because of that Herxheimer reaction. Remember, the Herxheimer is that medical term for the die-off and the elimination of all this debris. So it's very important that you're drinking enough water. Now,
I'm making this video to show that the Rife frequencies, the fundamental frequencies at 3.1 megahertz, and the dot that you see appearing, if you look very closely, is as it sweeps by Rife's frequency, and the sweep range is from 50 hertz to 150 kilohertz. So as you can see, is when it starts to generate, it generates all kinds of side bands, which, by the way, are in Rife's frequencies, which is in the radio band. None of Rife's frequencies were ever in the audio range, so if you think they are, you're making a big mistake, and the transmitter must put this out, or you're not going to get it. So transmitter's a MOPA down here. Alright, and the master power oscillator, and of course the tube is an H-gas tube at the top. The Fanatron tube now changes the frequency, so you must adjust the transmitter and the audio to run the Fanatron, since the spacing is much different. This is an original MOPA that I first designed in 2000. And I've modified the audio amplifier to do this and run with the MOPA. Now, what you'll notice is there's your fundamental frequency. See, it's right at 3.1 center. And as you apply the audio, it shifts the oscillator a little bit. So what you want to do is bring it back towards just a little above 3001 or 3.1 megahertz, excuse me. And you must generate these bands. If you don't generate these bands, you do not have a real Rife machine. Now I'm going to make this short little video here to show you that this center line right here is 3.1 megahertz. And you can see the little dots floating here. And that's indicating that the oscillator is wobbling. Now this is pretty common for the MOPA, which is the Master Power Oscillator Amplifier. So as you can see here, as I tune the MOPA, I can shift the frequency where I want it. So we want it about 3.1 because we want the most sidebands generated. So now, if we generate some sidebands here by turning the sweep oscillators on, you can see how it generates these bands. Now the frequency is going to end up being over here, right in this range here. So I'll set that and I'll come back. Okay, now I'm back, and you can see that the oscillator is set to 3.214688 megahertz, which is in 1/10 of 1 meter of Rife frequency, but since it's sweeping, it's going to hit the correct one anyway. But the dot, you can see, ends up here being the most powerful sideband in the frequency. So as it generates, you can see how many times it steps the frequency on its way up. Okay, now the master power oscillator is the MOPA right here, and this tuning capacitor right here allows you to shift the frequency that I just did with the fundamental. The tube is an H-gas tube. That's this tube here, and it's on right now. It's generating. So actually it's the power oscillator's at about, I would say about 75 watts right now. And when you use a phanetron tube, the capacitance is going to change. So that means that the MOPA, you'll have to change the frequency in the MOPA, and it's probably best to use this instrument right here. Now, one thing that I want to point out is the MOPA, it's very important on the audio signal that you generate. And once again, I'm going to tell you that none of these frequencies that's being generated here are in the audio range, because we're going from 50 hertz sweep to 150 kilohertz, or excuse me, 120 kilohertz on this one. So all Rife's frequencies known are in the radio band. There's not one of them that's an audio signal. So unless you generate exactly what you see right here, you don't have a Rife machine. It's not even considered a Rife machine, because Rife used no audio frequencies. The audio frequencies used were changed by John Crane, and that's not correct. Crane thought that he could use a paddle and a regular frequency generator that you bought off the shelf, and he could just lower them down by 10 and this would work, but that's not true. That's not going to work. Rife was very particular on the instrument that did this, and Philip Hoyland is the one that gets the credit for this, because it's sort of ingenious the way it generates this. You can see here. And so that's why nobody ever knew the frequencies, because Philip Hoyland could change the fundamental frequency, and then you could change the sweep generator to match up his frequency. So it's really important that you understand that you just can't buy a generator that's putting square waves out in the audio range from 20 to 2125 and expect any kind of results whatsoever except for stimulation. In other words, you might as well just buy a tens unit, because that's what you're going to get. Nothing. And Rife was pretty precise about the way that this worked, because you have to be right on or you have nothing. So I think it was 1/10 of 1 meter, which is about 800 cycles. So see, you're at 3, 2, 4, 6, 8 here, which puts you well in range. But since you're sweeping the whole band with a sweep oscillator, and you're going to hit it no matter what you do, and you're going to hit the other things too. Because we could actually pick another thing and put it in here, and you'll see that it'll end up on the correct side now. But I wanted you to understand that. I'll give you one more look here at the tube. And of course the audio frequency is up here. You can see it being swept. Okay. Sorry about the glare, but that's the way it is. So, and that's what you must have. And that's what I have to say about it. And it's pretty precise on the way you got to do this. This is generated with a triode tube. And I think it's an 812 in there. And it's the plate's at about 600 volts here. And it just has to be done this way. And the grid coupling is very important, because you can see the shift here. If I take the audio frequencies away, you can see the fundamental rock backwards and forwards. That's due to the power supply ripple. And that's kind of a good thing, because you want it to waver like that a little bit back and forth. That way you cover pretty much everything you're going to try to get. And that's what happens when you put the audio in. So I can generate the most bands here, which means I can cover just about anything I want with his frequencies. And once again, you cannot just use the fundamental or the low RF frequencies. That's not how this machine works. This machine must have both of these two combined. What Hoyland called his audio frequencies and the fundamental frequency, or you're not going to have a Rife machine. It's just not going to work. Thanks.
Okay, in this video I'm going to show how to program the sweep function for the Fueltech FY2300. This is a 20 megahertz unit which comes with the combo kit for the RPX 2.0. This is a electrode delivery Rife machine invented by John Bedini. It's the only legitimate electrode delivery Rife machine in the world because of the low frequency carrier which gets around the skin effect, and if it doesn't have that, it's fake. This is a signal generator right here, and so the switch is already on. It's connected to a battery through the 5-volt USB port on a portable lithium battery. So I'm going to turn that on, and it's going to take a second to boot up. Okay, now once it boots up, it has a settings for channel 1 or channel 2, which this is channel 1 and this is channel 2. Let's see, I'll scoot this over just a little bit. You can see the jacks right here. We're only going to use channel 1. Just out of habit, I click channel 2 2 times to turn that green light off. So only channel 1 is on. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit the sweep function. And when we're on a sweep function, this is already pre-programmed to sweep from 100 hertz to 150 kilohertz. And it will just do that repeatedly over and over and over. And that's the protocol that John Bedini had. And so what we're going to do is to learn how to, let's just say we want to go from 100 hertz to 200,000 hertz. Okay, normally the audio range is about 45,000 hertz on an analog signal generator. This can go quite a bit higher, which means it's going to cover wider range, even stuff that Rife did not account for. But the point is okay, anyway, you're here at the screen. It says sine wave on, sweep. And so right here it says object is frequency. Now if we click F1, F1 will change the object. Frequency, amplitude, offset, or duty cycle. So it says FREQ for frequency, AMPL for amplitude, offset, and duty cycle. So we're going to change it back to frequency. That's the first object, which you can go through by clicking the F1 button. And right next to the F1 button is set in lightish blue. It says OBJE for object. So you know that you're selecting the object. So while it's on frequency, the different options here is next to F2, you can see STA. That means the start frequency. And F3 is end, which is the ending frequency. So we want to start at 100 hertz, and we want to end at 150 kilohertz before it repeats. So what we're going to do is we're going to hit F2 for start. Now we get to change and edit what the starting frequency is. Right now it's at 100 hertz, so let's just say we want 1 hertz, 1 cycle per second, or we can say hertz since it's sine wave, that would be accurate. Here's a left and a right button. The cursor is going to be illuminated by that bright red square right there. And what we're going to do, since it's on hertz, is we're going to do the right arrow 1, 2 over to the 100th place, and we're going to go 0. We're going to go right, right, and then we're going to turn the dial clockwise to increase that number 1. If you wanted 11 hertz, you go left arrow so that the cursor is on the 10th place, and you can go, for example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's 51 hertz. So if you want 351 hertz, you go 3, 5, 1. And so you just go left and right to put it at the decimal place that you want, or the number place. You can go to 99ths, 0.99 is the highest you can go on the decimal. And then after the period, you got the first, second, the tens, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, and then we got 1 million, and then we got the 10 millionths place. And this will go up to 20 megahertz. So right now we have it set for 351. Whichever place you have the cursor on, clockwise on the dial is up and counterclockwise is down. So I'm just going to go back here and I'm just going to say, let's say 200 hertz. Okay, I got it in the hundredths place, clockwise. Okay, now it's at 300. So I'm just going to leave it at that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hit the ending frequency if I want it to go from 300 hertz to say 45,000 hertz. Okay, so it's set at 150 kilohertz. So I'm going to go left to get rid of that 100 kilohertz. Now it's at 50 kilohertz, or 50,000 hertz, I mean. Now that's at 50,000 hertz. I'm going to reduce that 5 down to 4. I'm going to come over to the 1000s place, and I'm going to go clockwise to 5. So it's 45,000 hertz, or 45 kilohertz. So it's now set to sweep from 300 hertz to 45 kilohertz. Now the other settings available is F4 says time. And when it says time, right now it's preset for 10 seconds. That means it's going to take 10 seconds to sweep from 300 hertz to 45,000 hertz. Okay, so we're going to hit time. It's at 10 seconds, and let's say we want it to sweep that whole range over 5 seconds. So we're going to go to the ones place to the left of the 0. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now if there's a number over here and you bring it to 0, it'll automatically put a 0.01 because you obviously can't have 0 time, so it'll default to a minimum of 0.01 seconds, which is really, really fast. So I'll just leave that 0.01 there. So it's set for 5.01 seconds. So again, F4 is time. You can go clockwise to increase the number, counterclockwise to decrease the number, and you can go left or right arrow in order to change the place that you're at. F5 says mode, And what mode is either logarithmic or linear. Okay, you just hit F5 over and over. So you hit F5 for linear or F5 for logarithmic. You will not want to use logarithmic. That's more like a Richter scale to keep everything within the same type of scale, like on a screen, where you go from like maybe 1 to 10 or to like 100, and that would take it off the screen in a linear sense, but under logarithmic you would keep it all kind of in the same screen so you can see everything at once, but you have to know that everything is going up in different orders of magnitude. But we're not going to be using logarithmic. We're going to be using linear because we just want a linear progression from the low frequency to the high frequency in a very linear fashion. Okay, so right now it says we set the frequency, start and end, the time, and the linear mode. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go back to object, which is set for frequency, and we're going to hit F1 and we're going to go to amplitude. Once you're on amplitude, notice that on the RPX it says right there sine wave input 2.1 volts max. You don't want to go above that because right when you put audio into here, there's a little Class A amplifier, miniature Class A amplifier circuit that boosts that signal before it's mixed with the 3.1 megahertz fundamental before it goes to a RF amplifier chip. And so to limit it to 2.1 volts, when it's on amplitude, you do the same thing like setting the frequency, which is a start voltage and end voltage. That's if you want to start at a low voltage while it's sweeping and increase the voltage over time as it gets to a higher frequency, but we're not going to do that. We're just going to hit F2, which is start voltage, and it's set for 2.1 volts. Again, you just go left and right to get to the decimal place that you want. Clockwise is increase, counterclockwise is decrease. So we're just going to set it at 2.1 for the start. We're going to hit F3, and we're going to set it to 2.1 volts also for the end. And the time is still set there. You can change the time or the mode while you're in the amplitude settings, but since you already set those under the frequency, you don't have to reset them. So we're in amplitude. The next one we're going to do is we're going to click F1 to change the object. We went frequency, we went to amplitude. Now we're going to go to offset. Offset, just keep it at all zeros for start and finish. Those are going to be all zeros. And then the fourth object is going to be duty cycle. And again, start and finish. F2 is the start duty cycle, and F3 is going to be the end duty cycle, which means it's going to be a perfect sine wave where 50-50, 50% is like above the line and 50% is below the line. And you do not want to change those. You want to use as perfect of a sine wave as possible. So now that you have, and the same thing, you just use the left and right to go to the different decimals. Clockwise is increase, counterclockwise is decrease. So we're at 50-50 duty cycle. Okay, we can hit F1 again to go to frequency. And what we're going to do is to start the sweep, all we do is hit the dial like this, and you can see that it's starting to sweep from the low frequency of 300 up to 45 kilohertz, and we have it set to go through that every 5 seconds. 2 1000, 3 1000, 4 1000, 5 1000. So every 5 seconds it's going to sweep. And so if you want to increase or decrease that, you hit F4 for time. It'll automatically stop the sweep. And let's just say we want it to sweep all that in 1 second. Well, in 1 second, that's pretty fast. So every 1 second, 1 1000, 1 1000, 1 1000. It's sweeping from 300 to 45 kilohertz. Now, the way that it works with the RPX is that it's normally set by default, I believe, to 10 seconds from 100 to 150 kilohertz. Okay, well, there's different schools of thought, and so if you want to hit things more often, the frequencies more often with the sidebands, you decrease the time, and then it's going to hit it more frequent, like bam, 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 bam. Or you can slow down the time, and let's just say we go to 31 seconds. Okay, well, then it's going to go zzz, zzz, over half a minute just to go through that scan, which means as it's hitting different sideband frequencies, it's staying on those a little bit longer. Even though it never stops on one, it's just progressing through the frequencies a lot slower, which means it's remaining in one frequency, you know, for a little bit longer time. So you can either have it sweep over and over multiple times, or just progress through it slower, whichever one you want to do. Also, when you have the different frequencies that you know you want to sweep, you can also narrow the sweep frequency down towards a more narrow band. And so maybe you want 300 to 500, or maybe you want 10,000 to 12,000. Then it'll just sweep through that, and obviously we'll hit it more often. And on top of that, you can make it do it slow, or you can make it do it fast. So it's very, very versatile. Hopefully that helps you out. That's how to set the sweep function, and to stop it, you just hit stop. And if you want to save this, you go to sys, S-Y-S, and then you can see all these buttons right here. F1 is save, F2 is load, and so what you can do is you can hit F1 for save, and let's say you want to save it on S04. And I think there's maybe like, I don't know, 10, maybe 16 settings or something, however many are in here, maybe 8. So I'm going to save it for F4. Okay, so what that means is if I turn this off and I turn it back on, okay, and I'm going to hit the sweep button, okay, by default it's at the last setting that we saved, 300 to 4500 kilohertz. Hey everybody, it's Aaron Murakami with A&P Electronic Media at emediapress.com. Our annual conference information is at energyscienceconference.com, and we have a couple forums, energeticforum.com and energyscienceforum.com. And then we have this website for the RPX and the MWOs and some other products coming out, which is vril.io. That's vril.io. And what we're going to be doing in this video here is I'm going to show you how to calculate the sidebands for Rife's frequencies, because there's a lot of misinformation out there about Royal Raymond Rife's technology. A lot of companies are selling signal generators, claiming you can just put the Rife frequency in there, and that output is supposed to replicate a Rife machine, and nothing could be further from the truth. Those are basically scams based on either ignorance or deception, one or the other, and has absolutely nothing to do with Rife. John Bedini was the world's leading authority on Rife up until his untimely death a couple years ago, and he is the one who developed the RPX sideband generator. I just released a video showing what the 2.0 is, which it has a switch to turn the pump wave off and on. That's on a video on the RPX page on vril.io if you want to learn more about that. And the real way to create the Rife frequencies, the way Rife did, and his partner Hoyland, who developed the sweep method, which means you're sweeping a signal generator from one certain frequency to another frequency. And so the signal generator's job is not to create the Rife frequency. It is to output a lower frequency, which is then mixed with a sideband generator, which is going to be a device which is producing a fundamental frequency. This one is 3.1 megahertz. Rife used various frequencies in the 3 megahertz range, and when you mix a lower frequency with a higher frequency fundamental frequency, what happens is, this is called heterodyning, where the frequencies mix and you produce a frequency which is the addition of those two frequencies and then the subtraction of those two frequencies. And the addition and subtraction frequencies are called the heterodyne frequencies. Those heterodyne frequencies are going to be exact multiples of the Rife frequency. What I'm going to do here is show you the calculations at how you derive the audio frequency, or the lower frequency, which is to be mixed with the fundamental to produce the Rife frequency. And once you see this, you're going to see that most of the Rife's, so-called Rife machines out there are completely fake, and they're not producing the frequencies the way Rife did. It was always known that the frequency was not supposed to be an exact frequency that you just focus on. it's supposed to be a little bit of variability and a little bit of wobble to it, was always known to be what was effective. I'm not making any claims about this or what any frequency corresponds to. I'm just looking at the numbers. We're going to focus on the math, very basic math, and then we're going to verify on a spectrum analyzer that the analysis here will give you a number to punch into the signal generator, and it will indeed create a sideband that will correspond to a multiple of an exact Rife frequency, or actually any frequency. And I'll be doing a follow-up video showing this as an application to another frequency set that a lot of people know about. And this is actually the best way to do that, and I'll get to that later. So what we're going to start with is we have the signal generator, which is going to sweep through a certain range, but we're not going to sweep right now. We're just going to focus on these. This is a sheet with I don't know, maybe 15, 16 Rife frequencies that are supposed to correspond to different things. Again, no claims. I'm just looking at the numbers and looking at the math. So the first column is frequency, the Rife frequencies. The second one is the heterodyne frequencies, and then the HN is a heterodyne number, which means how many times is that heterodyne frequency of the Rife frequency. So if you take the Rife frequency and multiply it by one of these numbers, it's going to give you the heterodyne frequency. So to walk you through the numbers, we're going to start with we're just going to take the first one for easy numbers. Got a phone here I'm going to use as a calculator. We're going to do the numbers, then we're going to verify it. Okay, so first of all, what we have to basically put down first is what fundamental are we going to be using. So in this, we're going to be using 3.1 megahertz, and there's a reason John chose that, which is because at that fundamental, all the sidebands that correspond to a multiple of a Rife frequency is closer to that fundamental. If you do use a different fundamental frequency, then you don't get the peaks as strong, and that'll all make sense to you as we go through this. So first of all, we're going to write down 3.1 megahertz. We're going to use the full number. Okay, 3,100,000 hertz. That's the same as 3.1 megahertz. 3,100,000 times per second is the fundamental frequency. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to look at what Rife frequency do we want to create with the sidebands, because we don't want to take that frequency, put it in a signal generator, and claim that it's a Rife machine. That would be ridiculous. So what we're going to do is go through the process. The first one here, just as an example, is 191,000. Okay, so we're going to say this is the fundamental frequency. We're going to take the Rife frequency, which is 191,803 hertz. So this is a Rife frequency. So the first step in this is we're going to find out how many times will that Rife frequency go into 3.1 million cycles per second. You take the Rife frequency and see how many times you have to multiply it to get to this number, and it's almost never going to be a whole number yet, and we'll get to that. So what we're going to do is we're going to take 3,100,000, and we're going to divide that by the desired frequency of 191,803. Okay, so if we take 3,100,000, I'm just making sure we've got enough space here. Sorry, not going to multiply. We're going to divide it by 191,803, and that's going to equal 16.16. 16.16. Now, obviously it didn't divide evenly, and we didn't expect it to, but what we're going to do is we're going to round this off to the nearest whole number, upwards or downwards. So 16.16 is closer to 16. So what we're going to do is we're going to round that to 16 times. The reason for that is because we're going to take the Rife frequency, 191,803 times 16, which is an even number. This is all about harmonics. And what we're going to do is find that the answer is 191,803 times 16 equals 3,068,848. And we can see on the chart that that's exactly what the heterodyne frequency is at 16 times. The reason we do that is because this is the target frequency that we want to create by heterodyning a low frequency plus 3.1 megahertz fundamental to get this frequency, which is going to be very close to the fundamental, which means it's going to be very strong, and it's going to be an even multiple of the Rife frequency. When I say even multiple, I mean it's multiplied by a whole number rather than any decimals. And that could be an odd number. It could be times 5, it could be times 2, 20, 15, whatever. So 3,068,848 is the closest number to the fundamental that you can multiply the Rife frequency by a whole number to get that heterodyne frequency. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take the fundamental and we're going to subtract the heterodyne frequency, 3,068,848, and what does that equal? 3,100,000 minus 3,068,848, and we get a number which is 31,152. So 31,152 hertz is the frequency that the signal generator must output in order to mix with the fundamental, 3.1 megahertz, and it will create a frequency which is the addition of those two, but the frequency that's the subtraction of the two equals the heterodyne frequency, which is a multiple, a whole number multiple of the Rife frequency. So what we're going to do is we're going to test this. And if we can put in 31,152 cycles per second, or hertz, as in sine wave output, to mix with the fundamental, and if we can create a sideband which gives this heterodyne frequency, 3,068,848, and it is at a peak of a sideband right next to the fundamental, then that means we have successfully created a harmonic of the Rife frequency the exact way that Rife and Hoyland did. And this is the real way to do it. So what we're going to do is we're going to focus on this right now, and I'm going to turn the signal generator on and the sideband generator. Let this boot up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select channel 1. We're not going to do the sweep mode. We're just going to straight up put the audio frequency in, mix it with this, and see if we actually get the results. I'll go ahead and turn on the scope and the spectrum analyzer. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that the amplitude output on the signal generator is 2.1 volts, which is the max you want to put to the input of the RPX. It has a little Class A audio amplifier circuit in here to amplify that before it's mixed with the fundamental, before it goes into a RF amplifier chip. Okay, so 2.1 volts, no attenuation, no phase angle change. This is a power factor deal, no duty cycle, duty cycle 50-50. And then sine wave, we're going to change this frequency. First I'm going to zero it out. I know you can't see this, but you'll see that it's doing what I'm saying it's doing. And I'm going to change the kilohertz scale to hertz. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go 5 places to the left of the decimal, to the 10,000ths place, and I'm going to put in 3, then 1, 1, 5, 2. So now I have the frequency of 31,152, which is in the upper audio range, and that output is mixing with the 3.1 megahertz fundamental. And we're going to verify it on the spectrum analyzer here. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go frequency on the spectrum analyzer 3.1 megahertz so we can find the fundamental, and you can see that peak right there, right in the middle. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to change the span, which means how much are we zooming in on the band. And so I'm going to go maybe 500 kilohertz. Let's see, maybe to zoom in a little bit more, I'll go span 250 kilohertz. So from the peak, we're going 125,000 this way and 125,000 kilohertz that way. So in the middle should be 3.1 megahertz. I'm going to put a marker on here so you can see that we are exactly getting 3.1 megahertz in the middle. So we're going to go marker. It's already set for 3.1 megahertz. There's a little number 1 right here. And what that indicates is it's right on the peak of the fundamental. These peaks on the left and the right are called sidebands because they're on the side. This is the upper sideband, that's the lower sideband. And so what we're going to see is that I'm going to select another marker, and that marker is going to be the heterodyne frequency that we're looking for, which is 3 million or 3.068848 megahertz. And we can see that number 2 right here, right below here on that first lower sideband, that first sideband on the lower side, that number 2 is right on the peak. Why? Because we are exactly hitting this frequency on that second sideband, and it is right next to the fundamental, which means as much power as possible is being delivered to a harmonic of the Rife frequency, which is 16 times the Rife frequency, 3,068,848. So that is successfully showing that this is indeed the way to do it. And we are exactly on a peak right there. So what that peak means is that you're getting as much amplitude as possible from the output of the sideband generator, which is hitting the Rife frequency by hitting the harmonics of it. Okay. So what we see here, and just real quick, this pump wave switch off and on, you can see that this kind of looks like a sine wave up here. Well, if I turn the pump wave off, what we have here is the 3.1 megahertz in the sidebands just coming out as they would in a full power Rife machine, and if that was high enough power and it could illuminate a plasma bulb, it'd be the same thing. That's the exact same output that you would send to a plasma bulb. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit the pump wave on, and the genius about John Bedini is that he has put a low frequency carrier into this machine so that this low frequency right here, square wave, at about it's around 8-9 cycles per second, has the sidebands, the fundamental and the sidebands, superimposed on that low frequency, which means this is a low frequency microcurrent delivery of the fundamental and sidebands getting past the skin effect. See, the problem with the signal generators being sold as Rife machines is that the frequency is so high it just trickles over the surface of the skin, you know, on the plant, whatever you happen to be putting it on, so it doesn't really have any penetration, and this is the issue. Once you have a low frequency carrier like this that you're superimposing the Rife frequencies on, or the fundamental and the heterodyne frequency, which is a harmonic of the Rife frequency, and you superimpose it on a low frequency carrier like this, then you get past that, and that's why this is the only legitimate electrode delivery Rife machine in the world, indisputably. And we're the only ones that have this, this method. So this video is going to be a walkthrough of the RPX 2.0 and why it's different and what the purpose of the switch is. There's already an installation or a hookup video on vril.io on the products page for the RPX. If you scroll down maybe halfway or 2/3 down, you'll see the setup video on how to hook it all. Most important thing is to always make sure this Field Tech barrel jack here is plugged into the USB port here. If you accidentally take the barrel jack cable and hook it from the Field Tech to this port on the battery, that's 12 volts and you're going to fry this unit. So only power this by the USB port, which is 5 volts, and the RPX by the 12 volt barrel jack. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to turn this on, the RPX. The pump wave switch is off, and It's going to be powered by 12 volts. I do not have the audio input connected so that you can see just the default mode for the RPX. So what you see here is this spectrum analyzer is set for a frequency of 3.1 megahertz, 3.1 and then all zeros. And what we see on the scope here is that we have the 3.1 megahertz fundamental. And if I zoom in on this, you can see that it's essentially a square wave. These programmable oscillators can't really make a perfect square wave at those frequencies, but the frequency is more important than the perfection of how the waveform actually looks. And so what we see here is that the scope is showing 3.10001, and then it goes back and forth between 0. So it's accurate out to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 decimals. So this is the 3.1 megahertz fundamental frequency, which the audio frequencies need to be mixed with in order to create the proper create the right frequencies in a proper way. And this is the only proper way to do it, whether you have a plasma tube higher power unit or you have an electrode delivery unit. Most of the electrode delivery units are nothing more than a signal generator outputting the frequency that is directly punched in, but that has absolutely nothing to do with Rife. That is not what Rife did, and those are all scams. This is the proper way to do it, which I'm going to show you right here. So what we have right now is the 3.1 megahertz fundamental, and you can see the waveform here. And what I'm going to do, and I'm still not hooking up the audio, but what I want to show you is what the pump wave is. And on the side of the RPX, a new feature is that there's a separate power light that comes on when the battery is hooked up, which is different from the light on the output here. And if the switch is off, you can still get the output, you just don't have the pump wave, and I'm going to go through that. So as soon as you turn the pump wave on, then you have the output light blinking. And so what we see is that we have this kind of bobbing up and down here, and this is zoomed out to the 3.1 megahertz fundamental. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom out little by little by little, and what you're going to see is that it takes on the shape of a low frequency square wave like this. Now what we have here is this low frequency square wave, which is carrying the high frequency in this low frequency envelope, I guess you could say. It's basically superimposed on this square wave, and the reason is because this low frequency square wave is what gets it to penetrate and get past the skin effect, which is the downfall of all the phony Rife machines out there that are only using signal generators. Okay, so the square wave here gets past that, because this is showing that this is about 8.39 hertz. Hertz really applies only to AC, so we really should be saying 8.39 cycles per second square wave. And this is the genius of John Bedini and how he gets past the skin effect. Okay, so if I turn this pump wave off, what you're going to see is that this, we just have the high frequency without the pump wave. Now the purpose of the pump wave is for electrode delivery to get past the skin effect, but if you want to take the output and you're researching and you want to send it to a pancake coil or any other kind of electromagnetic coil, or you want to use this to you know, modulate some output of a plasma tube or whatever you want to do, you don't really need that pump wave because you're not using electrodes. So it gives you a little bit more versatility. These are, you know, this set is going to be kept at the exact same price whether you buy the RPX by itself or the full combo kit. It didn't really cost me that much to upgrade a couple LEDs and a switch. There's, you know, a bunch of setup costs, but that's okay. So you get all that for the same price. Now this doesn't obsolete the original unit, and the reason it doesn't is because the original unit always only has the pump wave activated. There's no option to turn it off, and it's meant for electrode delivery, and that's where it shines as being a low power unit. Is a low power unit with electrode output, but it only works with the pump wave. So this might be more for you techie people who want to explore all options, and so there we have the 2.0. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to turn the pump wave off, and I'm going to turn the signal generator on, and as soon as the signal generator boots up, I'm going to turn this channel 2 off, select channel 1. You don't have to do that. All you have to do is really just hit this sweep button. So if you hit this sweep button, it's already pre-programmed to sweep from 100 hertz to 150 kilohertz. And that's quite a wide range, which will go quite a bit below the Rife frequency range, and then quite a bit above to account for things that Rife didn't know about. Now, this is not making any claims. This is just a test device that creates the Rife frequencies the way that Rife did, for the purposes of studying how he did that. And I'll go through some examples of punching in some of these Rife frequencies, and you can see the spectrum analyzer is going to track it, and it automatically will hit them all without even having to program in any particular frequency. And that's the beauty of the sweep method, which was developed by Rife and more from his assistant named Hoyland. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to connect the audio. Actually, I'm going to push this dial, and it's going to start sweeping from 100 hertz to 150 kilohertz, sine wave, 50-50 duty cycle, no offset, and the output is set at 2 volts or 2.1 volts. You don't want to exceed that because you will fry the signal amplifier in here. It's a little miniature Class A audio amplifier that will take the signal from here and will automatically amplify it. So limit it to 2.1 volts. These are already pre-programmed, so you just turn it on, hook it up, hit the sweep button right here, and that's all you need to know. If this is actually a very versatile signal generator, there's a link. You can find Fieldtech FY2300 PDF manual online if you want to explore the other functions and do different, different audio frequencies that you want to inject into the RPX. Make sure it's sine wave and limited at 2.0, 50-50 duty cycle, no offset, and this is set for 10 seconds, so it does the full sweep in 10 seconds. You can reduce the sweep so it hits everything more frequent, or you can slow it down to 10 seconds, maybe even 20 seconds or 30 seconds, whatever you want, so it stays on a frequency longer as it's sweeping through that range. So, or you can narrow the range of the beginning and ending frequency that you want it to sweep at. And these are frequencies that are going to be like audio frequencies. You don't directly punch in the end result, because when you add the audio frequency with the 3.1 megahertz fundamental, you create what are called sidebands, which are the addition of the frequencies and the subtraction of the frequencies. And that is how Rife made the frequencies. And so what we're going to do is, this is set for 3.1 megahertz, and the span is, we're looking at an 800 kilohertz range. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to connect, now the pump wave is off, I'm going to connect the audio output, and instantly you're going to see these sidebands created, which we maintain the 3.1 megahertz fundamental, and all these little peaks that are rippling off are the audio frequencies in here that it's sweeping. Of course, this goes above the audio range, above 40-45 kilohertz, all the way up to 150. But nevertheless, these are the low frequencies coming out, and you add them to the 3.1 megahertz and you subtract them, and that's why you have these sidebands coming off on both sides, on the lower range and the upper range. Now what you see here is that we don't have the zigzag or the square wave. This is just a 3.1 megahertz with the sidebands, very, very pure. So if you want to put it to a pancake coil or other type of non-electrode contact output where you're not worried about the skin effect, then you can use this option here by leaving the pump wave off. So again, if I zoom into this now, you can see that there's a little bit of jiggle here. That's because there's the sidebands going on. So not only is it trying to measure 3.1 megahertz, it's trying to measure all these other frequencies that are created, which are the addition and subtraction. And that's why it doesn't look too clean here. But this is exactly what you're supposed to see. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom back out, and we have the pure 3.1 megahertz with the sidebands. and these are automatically hitting the Rife frequencies, which I will show you. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to turn the pump wave on, and that would be the application for electrode delivery to get past the skin effect using that low frequency square wave as a carrier. And so what I'm going to do is turn on the pump wave, and you see that this starts bobbing up and down. And again, if I zoom out, what you're going to see is this square wave with the high frequency fundamental and sidebands superimposed on that square wave, and this gets past the skin effect, and that's why the RPX is the only legitimate electrode delivery Rife machine in the world, indisputably. If they don't have this feature, which they won't, because this is John Bedini's method that he developed many years ago and applied it to various frequency microcurrent type of output devices, and nobody else has done that. Everybody is selling these all by themselves or other devices that you just punch in the frequency, and those are all fake. This is the real way how to do it with electrode delivery to get past that. This is the only legitimate one. So you can see the pump wave gives you this. I can turn it off, and then we get that. Okay, so what we have here, I'm going to show that we're going to be able to track the Rife frequencies, and we already know that the center is 3.1 megahertz fundamental, and so what we have on the sheet here, we have a column which is frequency in hertz. These frequencies are the actual Rife frequencies that corresponded to whatever he was claiming. The HN frequency column is a heterodyne frequency column, which means that's the frequency which is the result of mixing the low frequency audio with the fundamental, and you get the addition and subtraction of those frequencies, and those frequencies are going to be harmonics of these Rife frequencies. This particular Rife frequency of 191,803, if you multiply that 16 times, that equals a heterodyne frequency of 3.068848 megahertz. And what that means is if these sidebands are hitting 3.068848 megahertz, then that means it is a harmonic of the actual Rife frequency, and as it sweeps, it's going to hit every single frequency, and it will automatically hit every single Rife frequency without knowing what that frequency is, meaning you don't even have to know what that frequency is. It's automatically going to hit all of them anyway. So what we have is in the center is the fundamental, and these side bands, there's a lower and the upper side, and there's the first sideband, second and third. The closer it is to the fundamental, the more powerful it is. And the reason Bedini used 3.1 megahertz is because the heterodyne frequencies that are in the upper and lower sidebands from the fundamental are closer to the fundamental than any of the other fundamentals. Meaning Rife used a wide range of frequencies in the 3 megahertz range, from the low to the high 3 megahertz range as his fundamental, and Bedini is sticking to 3.1 because you're getting more amplitude on those sidebands for the heterodyne frequency that corresponds to a harmonic of the Rife frequencies. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back here to this. I'm not going to show the keypad over here. You'll see that I'm typing in the frequencies here. I'm going to get this little marker table down here so we can record the frequencies that we're scanning for, or tracking and marking. Okay, so if we go back to marker number 1, it's set for 3.1 megahertz. You can see that marker is right in the middle there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select 4 different heterodyne frequencies that correspond to a harmonic of Rife frequencies, multiples of the Rife frequencies. Okay, so I'm going to do 1.607450 is a Rife frequency, and the heterodyne is 3.2149 megahertz. So I'm going to hit 3.2149 megahertz, and you can see that it is twice the frequency of the Rife frequency. And every time it goes down and it comes up on top of one of the peaks, every time it hits a peak, it's at the peak amplitude for that sideband, second sideband, then first sideband, very close to the fundamental, which means it's hitting that particular Rife frequency pretty hard with a lot of strength. Even when it's not on a peak, that frequency is still being hit, just not at the peak. So it's still effective on getting that frequency. So I'm going to pick another one. That's kind of a high one. Let me get the lowest possible one. Okay, 191,803 hertz. That corresponds to 3.068848 megahertz, which is 16 times that frequency. So if I go to marker number 2 and I type in 3.068, 3.068, 848, oh, excuse me there, 3.068, 848 megahertz. Now marker number 2 corresponds to that heterodyne frequency, which means it's hitting a harmonic of the Rife frequency of 191,803. So we can see that number 2, although it's not hitting on top of a peak, well, it did that first sideband just for a moment, but it's still up here, so it's still hitting that frequency. Okay, let me pick another random one. Let's see, 2.876. Let's go to marker number 3. Let's see, 2.8766 megahertz. And you can see that 2.8766 megahertz is 4 times the frequency of 719,150, which is supposed to correspond to whatever. Okay, so that number 3, you can see that it's hitting these peaks, hitting that peak, fourth, third peak, hitting the second sideband peak. Okay, and the reason it resets is because it's going from 100 hertz to 150,000 kilohertz. Rife went from 0 up to about 40-45 kilohertz, which is what an old analog audio oscillator is going to do, because that's the audio range, and above about 45,000 hertz, that's not really considered the audio range anymore. And again, Bedini is sweeping from 100 hertz to 150 kilohertz to go, that's 90 kilohertz above audio, but that's to hit the frequencies that correspond to stuff that Rife never knew about. And that's kind of the idea behind it. So you can see that these frequencies in here for number trace 1, 2, and 3 are all being hit. Now let me select one more. Let's see, 3.076. Let's go to marker number 4. 3.076. That's it, megahertz. Okay, so the fourth marker right there is right close to the fundamental. And it's right next to the peak because 3.076 is obviously very close to 3.1 megahertz. And so it's right there close to the peak. It's getting pretty good amplitude right there on those particular frequencies. So just because you don't see it writing on these different sidebands and hitting the peaks, that doesn't mean it's not doing what it's supposed to do. This is showing that it's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. So let's see, I'm going to go to frequency number 1. Let's see, now let me go frequency number 2 that I'm tracking, and let me put in another frequency, something like 3.029 megahertz. 3.029 megahertz. So number 2, 3.029 megahertz is 13 times 233,000 hertz which is a Rife frequency, and you can see that that number 2 is was peaking on the first sideband right there. It's peaking on the first one, second one, the first one. Well, actually, it was the first and then the first again. So it's getting pretty good amplitude there. But you can see that without knowing what the Rife frequency is, as long as you sweep and you mix it with the correct fundamental, that you're automatically going to hit all the Rife frequencies. And if anything out there is called a Rife machine and it's not using this sweep method like this, it's completely phony. It's fake, because there's purposes to doing this with the sideband method. Also, Rife did not actually understand what all his own frequencies were. Hoyland understood the method and developed the sweep method, where he was actually hiding all these Rife frequencies inside of the heterodyne frequencies as harmonics of the Rife frequency. And so this is the way that he can take an audio generator with a fundamental frequency, bring them together, and then automatically hit all these frequencies. Because this is very, very hard to dial in these frequencies exact. So as long as you just sweep through over and over and over with an audio generator and the fundamental, you automatically have it. And that was pretty much the ultimate evolution of Rife's technology that almost nobody's manufacturing except myself and one other person. But the genius of this device is that this is only a couple watts at max, but with electrode delivery and the pump wave, it gets past the requirement of having high power. And that's why this is so brilliant, and this can be manufactured and got out as a test device that people can examine on their own to see that this really is doing what it's saying that it's supposed to do, which is create the Rife frequencies accurately. So anyway, hopefully that's helpful to you. That's kind of a walkthrough on the system, why the pump wave is there, why you can turn it off and on, and how to produce the frequencies. So there you go. This is the real Rife frequency generating method. So beware of signal generators all by themselves claiming to be Rife machines. You cannot just pump in the frequency and expect it to do it, because you need a wobble. You need a wobble in a frequency to be effective. And if it doesn't have the pump wave, these high frequencies will just trickle over the surface of skin or whatever and will not penetrate. So that's the RPX 2.0. You can go to vril.io, which is vril.io, mouse over products, and you'll see the RPX page. Also, make sure to check out the Lukovsky MWO that we manufacture, and also the Tesla one-wire experimental system. Thanks for watching.
Sure. Okay. All right. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, everybody. We are back once again with another fantastic lecture by Mr. Winter. First and foremost, sir, how are you? And the floor is yours.
I'm happy to be here. Yes, so this is with Generation Z, and I really enjoyed our last lectures. This is the fourth in the series, Generation Z, with Dave here, and also Riel, his partner. It was wonderful last time. We had a lot of fun. And as everyone knows, I'm Dan Winter, fractalfield.com. This evening's lecture, title, Living Plasma, Measuring Life Force, subtitle, Rife, Naissance, and Béchamp, The History of Negentropy, Somatids and Microzymes, the history of negentropy in healing frequencies. So we're going to be talking about healing frequencies tonight. And let's see, I hit pin here. So we're going to try to cover some things fairly esoteric this evening. Remember that our theme through many of these lectures has been, how is it that living clouds of plasma charge become intelligent and have life force, and in a sense have a mind of their own? In fact, we're saying that the toroidal plasma domain that inhabits your mind, your brain, is actually the primary organ of perception. So it's the intelligence of that toroidal plasma field which is the essence of consciousness itself. So learning more about how a living cloud of plasma charge becomes self-aware, alive, has intention, as it were, learning the physics of that is highly instructive to the nature of spirituality and life force in general. And then on this coming Friday, my lecture is with Elena Denon again, who was working on the galactic history, of many of you know. And we will be talking about advanced plasma intelligence, the story of Enki and the Nine, and how the 9 plasma cloud toroidal domains become self-organizing. And that is an ancient spiritual history story and relates to the latest in the galactic history story. So that's coming up on Friday. But for today, we want to really focus on some pretty serious science. And so our way of talking about how we document how living plasma becomes alive and intelligence, we're going to use powerful microscopy stories, the story of the famous Raymond Rife microscope, the Gaston Naissance, Galileo, the microsome story, and a bit about Antoine, the story of somatids and microzymes, and kind of the physics of that microscopy as a way of understanding more about the history of the measurement of living plasma, the measurement of life force, and creating healing frequencies in neg entropy using the understanding you got from seeing the life force alive as Rife and
you just muted yourself.
Oh, somebody, yeah, sorry. Using the actual microscopic vision and measurement of life force to understand what frequencies create healing and what frequencies collapse viruses and bacteria. So that's the history story, that's the context. Now, another part of tonight's conversation is my partner, Valerie, who's very active with the Ananda Marga spiritual community around the world, and they're wonderful. They have missionaries around the world, and they're extremely dedicated. And their spiritual tradition has a concept of life force, which they call, microvita. And it's a very in-depth ancient Indian wisdom about the nature of life force they call microvita. And I appreciate that conversation because they begin to think about positive and negative life force they call positive and negative microvita. The challenge, of course, is to turn that conversation, which is a beautiful spiritual philosophy, into physics. And the key challenge there, of course, is measuring life force, which is, of course, the subtitle of today's conversation, measuring life force. So to set the context for this story of measuring life force, I'm going to start with the images at the web article called Measuring Life Force. There we go, Google Chrome, share image. So I'm going to Measuring Life Force, and hopefully you're seeing my screen now. This is goldenmean.info/measuring life force. And we're saying that we actually have documented 3 ways to measure life force in our lifetime of work on the physics of life force. And the article about that is goldenmean.info/architecture, where we show, as here, that you can take a frequency signature of the weak capacitive electric field, in this case of a tree, but also you can do it for a building, and look for the harmonics in the weak electric field, as we did here in the measurement of this very happy tree in South France. And notice the frequencies we measured in this tree are quite literally the Schumann, the famous Schumann harmonics right here, 7.8 hertz and around 14 hertz, and then around 20 hertz. So the classic well-known physics of Schumann harmonics were measured in this tree by using our technology for measuring life force, which is the second link on top here, flameinmind.com/lifeforce. And what we do, we take a brainwave spectrum analyzer, which is doing a harmonic analysis of about 1 microvolt, like a brainwave, and we measure a tree or a building. And we've actually proven with this technology in our international curriculum on biologic architecture that you can predict in advance what building will cause a seed to germinate and children to grow by measuring whether the capacitance, the harmonics, the frequency signature is imploding. So actually, specifically the 3 ways we've shown measurement of life force in those web links, goldenmean.info/architecture, are this one, flameinmind.com/lifeforce, where we simply measure the weak electric field for harmonic cascade. For example, you can tell in advance which tree is going to die when it's got a sick harmonic in there. And the second way we've measured life force is by measuring seed germination, that you actually measure seed germination in the aluminum poison building versus a bamboo gorgeous building. And you can see the capacitance of that aluminum steel building is killing the seeds. You can measure it. You can describe exactly why failure to distribute charge is literally anti-life force, what the Ananda Marga people would call negative microvita. So that's examples of measuring life force. And then further, we showed that life force is quantized by Planck. Planck is the universal musical key signature of the universe, Planck length, time, and energy. And you multiply by powers of golden ratio called phase conjugation, fractality, embedding, perfected, and you get the frequencies that create charge collapse, therefore life force, therefore negentropy. As many of you have seen, we've talked about that many times. You get the 3 radiative hydrogen, you get the 2 frequencies of photosynthesis, and you get the Schumann harmonics and the Bliss brainwave harmonics. And here are the Bliss brainwave harmonics, which are the Schumann harmonics, which are the calculated harmonics of Planck times golden ratio, perfectly fractalfield.com. Here's another example of measuring bamboo building for harmonics as we did a pyramid, and we measure the harmonic cascade. And here's again the Schumann harmonics compared to the brainwave harmonics in green. I'm sorry, the Schumann harmonics are here in green, and the calculated harmonics from Planck and golden ratio are in blue. You see the correlation. So that is implosive charge collapse, and that is measuring life force. Now, where we're going with that in this evening's conversation here is we're looking at the history of the clairvoyant perception of life force, the clairvoyant perception of the Anu, occult chemistry by Leadbeater and Besant, famous in the Theosophic tradition, which later became psi perception of quarks, where the occult chemistry was proven in today's subatomic physics, 3 Anu, and these are an Anu per unit quark. The reason, the reason there's 7 spins outside, 5 spins inside in the classic clairvoyant perception of the perfected slipknot of the toroid of life force is because 7 spins outside is the 7 spin symmetries of tetracube, and the 5 spins inside is the 5 spin symmetry of dodecacosa, obviously. And that's the 5-7 spin pair arrangement of, for example, the 7 layers of heart muscle from the Pettigrew dissection, fields of form, vortex of life, anthroposophic biodynamics, and the 5 spins inside. So 5 spins inside, 7 spins outside is more than metaphor for the perfect slipknot, the perfect torus, the perfect implosion, and life force. The point to be made here is my friends, Marek Zupa, famously in Polish in Buffalo, New York, painted for years these little tiny slipknot Anu of life force and showed that those little tiny toroidal domains of life force, when they were inside living material, they were impish and happy and alive and mischievous almost. Whereas if you looked at those same Anu structures inside, for example, a block of aluminum, no, they were dead. And this work was then carried on famously by another friend of mine, Dora Kunz, the president of the International Theosophic Association I met with in Wheaton, Illinois, co-founder of Touch for Health, and her husband Fritz Kunz wrote the famous book on occult uses of gemstones. So Dora Kunz and many others showed that clairvoyants who saw life force saw that these little slipknots became alive with happy plasma when they were in living structures and became unhappy when they were in dead structures, because the difference is failure to distribute charge. So that's going to lead us now to a conversation about how life force was measured by Raymond Royal Rife, the famous Rife scope and the Rife frequencies. And we're going to actually try to talk about a bit of that physics, how that worked, which is a very esoteric subject. And on Gaston Naisson's Galileo the Microscope, the book about that was written by a close friend, Chris Bird, who at that time was working with me on some of the French translation. And by the way, I was a lousy French translator, as I am still today. But Chris Bird, writing his book, Galileo the Microscope, about Gaston Naisson's and the discovery of what he called the somatid and the somatid cycles. And here's the picture here. There's the somatid cycle. So they were looking at using this microscope that was able to see at the resolution of, at that time, what was only available to electron microscopes. Remember, electron microscopes had the resolution, but could only look at dead stuff. Reason? Because the preparation of the slide for an electron microscope, for electron smashing to see, required that it be dead. You couldn't look at it alive. So you couldn't see the living plasma. Whereas Raymond Royal Rife, Gaston Naissance, and indirectly Béchamp, famous in France, were able to look at the living plasma alive. And so they then saw the sequence of the pleomorphism, as it was called, of the stages of the growth of the somatid cycles, which later famously Béchamp here in France called microzyme. And the metamorphosis or pleomorphism in the stages of the somatid cycle, how living plasma went through that cycle, was their discovery. And then later we'll see that's how Béchamp and others realized that inside the living cell, the metabolism takes a wrong turn in the presence of stress or too much sugar, and how cancer happens because of a wrong turn in this cycle of the somatid, the pleomorphic morphing shape of living plasma, all of which was enabled because Raymond Royal Rife was able to see. Now, how they saw, we'll just look at a few more pictures here. This is the Raymond one. So this is Raymond Royal Rife, and he built this microscope. And we're going to talk about the physics of how that worked in a moment here, in a way to try to understand the, by understanding how they were able to see living viruses, we can then understand the history of looking at life force. Remember, Raymond Royal Rife, now I'm going to put all these links of these articles about Rife and the pictures will all be at goldenmean.info/measuring life force, which is the key article for this evening conversation. I'll put all the links there. But for example, in this article, originally from the French, it's explaining that Rife actually was honored by almost a whole, like dozens of the leading medical doctors of his day, all honored him for, in fact, having massively cured cancer. And he was honored by the leading medical institutions of the day. Sadly, you know what really ended Rife's career was when the director of the American Medical Association decided he wanted to control Rife's technology, and Rife says, no, I'm not selling it to you, Morris Fishbein. And it was all downhill from there in the court case, and the discouraged Rife ended up, sadly, it's a disaster story. Another American Medical Association disaster stories, but let's not go there this evening. What we want to talk about is the physics. Okay, so now I'm going to pause this screen share for just a second. Stop the share. And you're going to see just my face for a moment. This is my little chance to tell you my story. Now, this story also indirectly is how I came to be aware of Antoine Prioré, who famously in France used some of Rife, Lakhovsky, and Tesla's frequencies, which they discovered by the process we just discussed, to heal thousands of cancers documented by the French government here in France, Antoine Prioré. And that physics is what became Theraphi.net, now actively doing plasma rejuvenation negentropy in 25 countries. The turning point was the day that we found the frequencies that Antoine Prioré got from Tesla, Rife, Lakhovsky. The best frequencies that Antoine Prioré got fit my equation, Planck times integer exponents golden ratio. That was the day we discovered the physics of phase conjugate negentropy was what was behind what Antoine Prioré was doing. Even though Prioré himself did not know what phase conjugation was, did not know how to perfect those frequencies, and didn't even know that you needed an opposing pair of those noble gas plasma tubes in order to phase conjugate to make two pine cones kiss noses accurately, which everyone now knows is the physics behind phase conjugation perfected. So my story of how I got into that, this is a little bit of the, this is supposed to add a local color here. I was in Buffalo, New York, and I was nicely, kindly adopted by a professor of medical microscopy in the medical school at University of Buffalo named John Hubbard. And John Hubbard had spent half of his life studying Raymond Royal Rife, actually. And he frequently went to visit John Crane, who's famously described in all the histories of Rife's life, the guy in Southern Cal, who eventually was got into great legal trouble, who ended up with the remaining Rife scopes, as famously described in all the histories of Raymond Royal Rife. So John Hubbard, my professor, MD, professor of microscopy, University of Buffalo Medical School, was buddies or went to see John Crane very often. And frankly, dealing with John Crane was very messy, it was complicated. And then collectively, we used to visit one of the leading, in my view, optical science microscopy, John Gibbon at University of Rochester, famous for optics, the science of optics. And so Professor Gibbon and John Hubbard, after 5 to 10 years working with them, we came up with a model for the optical physics of how the Rife scope worked. And that's a conversation that's instructive. And I'm going to provide right now, I'm going to provide 2 separate, initially different, but actually related theories of how the Rife scope worked. Now, in order to, this is still, no one on this planet actually probably understands, all of these are only theories because there's no really functioning Rife scope today, actually, sadly. However, the conversation is very instructive. And the essential problem, and it's very helpful for you to visualize this, is that the classic problem in physics for optical microscopy is you cannot see anything smaller than the wavelength with which you are looking at something. So if the wavelength of the light you're using, for example, infrared, is like 1,000 times bigger than the virus you want to look at, you ain't going to see it. That is the problem. So all of these microscopists had to figure out a way of disobeying the law being that you can't see anything smaller than the wavelength with which you are looking. Now, there is a series, I'm going to show you some pictures in a minute, where microscopy has today, optical microscopy has learned ways to get around that law. And the way they do it is they create literally a shadow. It's called Nomarski interference and phase contrast microscopy. And basically what you're doing is you're creating a shadow so you can use a difference of the wave. In fact, in Nomarski interference and phase contrast microscopy, they use what's called the plane of polarity in polarized light. So basically, if the polarized light is all in this plane coming up through your lenses, your microscope, and then you take another image of also polarized light, but at this angle, as it goes up the axis of your microscope through the lenses, and then you rotate the interference image, the reference beam, which went through the virus, into phase with the interference beam. You have a reference beam, which the reference beam actually is the beam that's pure and has not interfered. And the interference beam is the one that went through the virus. And if you rotate those 2 beams back into phase, the planes of polarity, you can create a shadow. And that shadow will reveal what's in the difference of the phase contrast, literally phase contrast microscope. You can see the shadow of something smaller than the wavelength you looked at. And that is, now this is advanced physics, and there's a lot of optical microscopists that spend like 8 years in graduate school before they really understand how that works. However, we want to get at the genius of Raymond Royal Rife. Now, the genius of Raymond Royal Rife was that he realized that the ultraviolet light was also the light which could stimulate viruses to blow up. You know, how to, so he used ultraviolet heterodynes. And interestingly, glass will not pass ultraviolet. Now, Rife was a lifetime expert in grinding lenses which were made of quartz. And interestingly, quartz will conduct ultraviolet light. Glass will generally not. And there's another fascinating and wonderful property of quartz that Raymond Royal Rife, the genius, used, which is called birefringence, which is that when light goes up the Z or long helical axis of quartz, it is split into two different planes of polarity. And for this, I guess I really have to back to the pictures. Pictures are going to help us here, so just bear with me a moment. Back to the pictures, share screen. So we're going to show the picture now of birefringence in quartz. So first, you see, we're trying to see how was the genius of Rife grinding quartz lenses better than anyone else on the planet, enabling him to see magically down to the wavelength of a virus, which is smaller than most light wavelengths, and then enabling him to see life force. So he used this. This is a quartz crystal here, you see, and the Z-axis of this quartz is a hexagon because the SiO2 silicon dioxide bond geometry here is tetracubic. And if you ratchet a tetracube from a Z-axis up a helix, the shadow of that is going to be hexagonal like this quartz crystal here. Now, this is the model of birefringence. So what happens is that as polarized light enters the quartz crystal, it's split into two different planes of polarity. The name for that is called birefringence, pictured right here. So the beam enters the quartz crystal and it's split into two planes of polarized light. And Rife's genius was he had one beam of light, polarized light, that went through the virus and one beam that didn't. And he used the birefringence of the quartz itself to rotate the reference beam and the interference beam back into the same plane and create that shadow, which was better than Nemarsky or the other conventional interference microscopy, which is only done with glass lenses, not quartz lenses, because you could do this with ultraviolet. And you could then have the bioactive ultraviolet. And this enabled Rife to see, now I'm going to stop the screen share again. This enabled Rife to begin to see these shadows of the actual life force in the pleomorphing somatid cycles. And then Gaston Naissance later used parallel methods of creating this interference microscopy. But Gaston Naissance did not use ultraviolet in quartz. There were other methods of doing this. Actually, I think we have to share that picture too. One moment, Google Chrome birefringence. So Gaston Naissance, let's see here, another look. Here, this is Gaston Naissance. So Gaston Naissance, remember, so here is my friend Chris Berg writing a book about Gaston Naissance, who followed Raymond Rife's work, and he developed this 714X, which is a, by seeing which frequency is zapping the virus, and by seeing which solution to fermentation, he called it GN24, was actually zapping the bugs, being able to see it alive was life or death. So there's several pictures here of this difference between, on the left, a healthy cell where the metabolism goes to the mitochondria with the byproduct glycolysis, whereas on the right, a cancer cell, excess glucose and excess stress, and that was the genius of Béchamp. He proved by measurement that stress caused the cell to take the wrong turn in fermentation to produce lactic acid and other poisonous byproducts, which infest the nucleus and cause cancer, and actually measured that process. Here is one of the screens I wanted to share with you. So Gaston Naissance microscope took this incandescent light and ultraviolet light and mixed it into a heterodyne called a luminescent ray here, and then used a Zeeman effect magnetic field to zap the beam and then mix that beam. And that mixture is what allowed him to create this heterodyne cascade. And now, we don't want to get too esoteric here, but there's, if we want to at least pretend we've studied the physics, we have to look briefly at Tom Bearden, because Tom Bearden is saying the heterodyning effect here is much deeper than the optics professors that I work with. And so I need Tom Bearden's paper on this, and I remember you're going to have all the links to this, is called right here. It's called A Novel Principle Behind Wilhelm Reich. Here we go. You're seeing Novel Principles in the Rife Microscope and Rife's Greatest Secret by Tom Bearden. Now, I am sharing something with you here, which is highly esoteric, and I would say most optical PhDs on the planet wouldn't understand this at all, actually. But what Tom Bearden is saying is that the subatomic principles inside the microzyme, the somatid, are what he would call a phase conjugate time reverse wave, what I would call charge implosion, and the essence of life force. And because life force, in essence, is phase conjugate, therefore, you can take the frequency ratio of the subatomic and suboptical wavelength scale of that mechanism, and you can cascade the heterodyne recursively up through optical heterodynes in a kind of a ladder. And so what he's saying is that, I don't know if we have all the pictures here, but Tom Bearden is saying that what Rife did, and I'm going to show you some of the pictures on the bottom. Now, this is not a bad one. So he called it iterative magnifying stages, Rife's great secret. So he called it virtual state and quantum threshold. He's saying that the interferometry, remember, all of physics is interferometry. The wave interference is not just the stuff of a somatid cycle, but a block of steel is also just wave interference, except it's macro, but it's all wave interference. But because life force wave interference is phase conjugate, which means recursive, which means implosive, which means fractal, you can cascade that interferometry up through iterative magnifying stages. And what those iterative magnifying stages were is, for example, in the case of Rife, it was infrared and ultraviolet, and that frequency difference was very fixed. And that's creating a heterodyne cascade. And you pass through that heterodyne cascade the information of the wave heterodyne of the subatomic geometry of the somatid microzyme. And that, because the recursive adding and multiplying heterodyning interferometry inside that fixed frequency gap, not unlike the carbon arc of Tesla, it'll carry that information up to longer wavelengths coherently. And you do that recursively. That is basically iterative optical heterodyning carrying a short wavelength in a perfect cascade of contiguous ratios up to a longer wavelength. That's a bit of an esoteric concept. Now, he's saying also that this is what Antoine Prioré did when he would pump this longitudinal wave recursively into the cell and time reverse. Remember, Tom Bearden spent his lifetime on Prioré, Antoine Prioré, as actually did Chris Bird before him. Chris Bird actually sent me Prioré's books in French before I even knew enough French to, that's many years ago. And he was focused on Prioré. So here it is, you see that it's called a transverse pump wave and an amplified phase conjugate wave, which means basically a longitudinal wave. And you pump these waves into the center, and when it becomes, the longitudinal wave pumping goes to a critical threshold, the compression effect creates a situation within which only phase coherence survives. In other words, you get symmetric compression from all sides, and that compression creates an implosion of the plasma to a phase conjugate point. Visualize the center of a torus or an ANU. And all of the recursion of the waveform and that plasma, because it got focused so well on its center point, that the only surviving emerging waves were those that were in phase. And that is called negentropy, because it was self-sorting because of phase conjugate negentropic charge implosion. That's what negentropy is, the self-sorting that results from perfected implosion, perfected fractality. And if you visualize those two pine cones creating that compression, you can understand how the negentropy occurs. Now, admittedly, Tom Bearden's paper would be beyond most electrical engineers in my generation. And I would just point out to you that the concept of phase conjugation, as Tom Bearden implemented it, became the story of the Russian woodpecker and led from Chris Bird's study of Prioré, Tom Bearden's study of Prioré, to my discovery of that equation, Planck times integer exponential golden ratio, which suddenly gave a very specific frequency physics. Now, obviously, some of that is a little bit esoteric, and I'm going to finish this in just a few minutes, and then we're going to open this up to questions. But where I want to go to finish this is, the reason I want to try to finish this before we go to questions is because I'm going to see if I can keep this whole story in my head for another few minutes. But the climactic part of this story is the wave mechanics of life itself. And to try to see that in essence, I want to go back to the physics of cancer. So I'm going to this website. It's called goldenmean.info/cancer. And there's laws of form. We have to find this. Laws of form, novel, title. Yes, here we are. Is embedding a mathematical opposite to cancer as wave fractionation. So what is cancer in essence as wave mechanics? Can that be summarized in very simple terms? And here's a way to think about that, which I think is very constructive. This is from an article I wrote a long time ago, goldenmean.info/cancer. So here is the story. My friend at that time, Earl Etienne, professor of biophysics, University of Rochester, he taught me that the way in which you can measure whether the cell is healthy or cancerous was you look at the wavelengths of metabolism inside the living cell. And what he knew that very few people knew, except Rife, was that high quality ultraviolet light was the motor of all cellular biophysics. This is a statement from a very advanced, so high quality UV light is driving cellular biophysics. It's literally the sex juice of the living cell, high quality UV. And what happens is you have incoming proteins, long wave food, and they become DNA precursors, and they become high quality ultraviolet light. And the wavelengths fit this caduceus shaped cascade. And if that cascade of frequencies is imploding accurately into what is not just perfected harmonic inclusiveness, which ultimately is pure perfected charge collapse, which is pure phase conjugation, fits my equation. So suddenly you know what frequencies inside cell metabolism make a healthy cell where charge collapse is enabled, all by understanding this high quality UV light. So now that may sound a little bit too complicated to you, and that relates also to the idea that the biologic terrain predicts whether you have cancer. You measure in the cell redox, acidity, and resistance. And if your cell has the wrong redox, poor redox, and it has high acidity, you have cancer by definition. So all you have to do is measure three variables in the electric liquid of the cell: resistance, acidity, and redox reduction oxidation potential. And suddenly you know whether that cell is cancerous or healthy. This is called biologic terrain analysis. So if the environment of the cell is healthy, then da da da. So what that acidity means, and here is negative ion wind, healing cancer, a prerequisite. And remember, Theraphi.net is just a very strong negative ion wind. That's what. Anyway, here is the article. So what we said, the best way to think about the healthy cancer cell then, in terms of harmonic inclusiveness equals vitality, the definition of immune health and heart rate variability, classic medical physics, fastest way to measure whether you have an immune system or not is check for harmonic inclusiveness. Not just in heart rate variability, fractality, but in everything. Any living thing in the universe, a tree, a cell, a heartbeat, check for harmonic inclusiveness, you got life. If it's harmonic exclusive, you got death. That's not complicated, is it? And an example of harmonic inclusiveness is in the cell. If the cell is egg-shaped, then the interferometry of that, what's holding that cell together as a soap bubble, is more harmonic inclusiveness than if that cell is a sphere. If the cell is a spherical shape, by definition, mathematically, it means harmonically exclusive. It took only one frequency to make a sphere. That's that. So in biophysics, you can measure when the cell became cancerous by checking to see if it's a sphere. This is old news. So if the cell is a sphere, it is statistically most likely that it's cancer. The reason? The cell membrane is a soap bubble that is harmonic exclusive. Now, this goes back to a very ancient concept called the laws of form by Spencer Brown, which basically is that, similar to the ancient paper laws of form and not geometric extension of consciousness, structural stability and morphogenesis by René Thom. And what both of them are saying is that all living cell membranes are soap bubbles woven together of frequencies. Well, that's pretty obvious. But the frequencies that weave together the soap bubble called the living cell membrane can be summarized in laws of form by, you take a bracket, a waveform. Are you inside or are you outside? If you're outside the bracket, if you're inside. And you can do that nesting embeddability study. It was called laws of form. And that nesting, represented by the laws of form, eventually invents all of calculus. That was the statement of G. Spencer Brown. But more importantly, it tells you that by taking the soap bubble, the foldedness of membrane, fold inside, fold outside, then it's folded inside, that's called embedding and perfect nesting and entanglement perfected, which is a classic concept which comes to a climax in the physics of phase conjugation, which is perfect nesting, perfect embeddability by definition. So the physics of laws of form is saying that if the little wave fits inside the big wave perfectly, called embeddable or phase conjugate or perfect nesting, then you can exist inside the mind of God. I mean, the little wave can survive non-destructively interferometrically with respect to the bigger wave. Now, the nature of life force was that the cascade of harmonics that was keeping the microzyme alive is precisely those that are conjugate fractal. That's why they could cascade up the fractal ladder in the perfected heterodyne. Remember, phase conjugation is recursive heterodyning perfected by definition, golden ratio, perfected constructive wave interference. Therefore, to get the little to heterodyne up so you can see it as big, living plasma is perfect and dead plasma is terrible. So that ability of nesting is the very essence of life, and carrying that geometry is what Tom Bearden is talking about as the physics of Rife. Now, here's the final thought, is actually, if you understand what Tom Bearden is saying, is that perfected optical heterodyning is what got the small wave visible into the big wave, is analogous to what my optics professors were saying, which was the shadow of the two planes of polarized light. We're also creating perfected heterodyne. Remember, Raymond Royal Rife used to spend days just to get one slide in focus in his microscope. It was exceedingly difficult, and they say that's proof of what his genius was then he was getting that living plasma to heterodyning that cascade. It was perfected interferometry taking place inside of the quartz crystals, which were birefringent. Well, what have we said? Remember, now here's, I apologize, one final thought. How is this story a history of what became Theraphi.net? And that's just what I wanted to finish with. And yeah, so here is Theraphi.net, the result of these lifetimes of work: Chris Bird, Raymond Royal Rife, Tom Bearden. So Tesla famously had hundreds of people healed in his high voltage arcs. That's old news. And then Lakowski and Rife and Prioré, they took the best frequency recipes they got from Tesla. And here they are. This is the frequencies Prioré used: 3, 10, 32, and 80 hertz. This is in the literature. And here's my equation: 2.78, 11, 30, 0.88, 31, and 80. So the frequencies Prioré used by trial and error only, the trials and errors of Tesla Lakhovsky, Prioré, and Rife became the frequency recipe of Prioré. And when I saw those frequencies fit my equation is the day we learned the physics behind what Prioré and Rife were trying to do, which was to phase conjugate to make perfected charge collapse negentropic. And I give a final little example here. There's hundreds of these frequency tables around the world of the frequencies Raymond Royal Rife uses. This is just one of them. As you go down this list, look at the number of times 10,000 hertz appears in this list of frequencies to use. And so if you just do the ABC part of this whole list of hundreds of frequencies, the frequency 10,000 hertz appears 12 times in the first couple listings. And what is the frequency of 10,000 hertz? Here's my equation. 9944 hertz is perfected Golan ratio times Planck. And that frequency, 10,000 hertz, is also the most important frequency that Stan Meyer used to do hydrolysis to make his famous hydrogen car works. 10,000 hertz was phase conjugate implosive. And these are the frequencies of Schumann harmonics and brainwave harmonics right here in the page. And this is the famous Mayer wave. So this is perfected charge collapse, perfected negentropy, and what lifetimes of work from Rife and Lakhovsky and Prioré resulted in was the discovery of pure principle of what is negentropy. So our understanding of life force is actually our understanding of how electrical charge can collapse into an array called longitudinal interferometry. And when inhabiting that array, your awareness can propagate to a larger and larger field effect. And that's what's going to be a story next time as we talk about these plasma domains of the nine, et cetera, and what was called heaven and planes of Charon. So we have just told a short story of ways to measure life force. What we're saying in the bigger picture is evolution of consciousness, literally ascension in the next dimension, is when these harmonics phase conjugate implode and you occupy a larger and larger, broader spectral phase conjugate array, and therefore ascend. So that was a little piece of the history of the measurement of life force, Rife, Naissance, and Lakhovsky.
Contrary to the popular view, it can be shown and conclusively proved that that has an internal structure of incredible order and beautiful order. It's filled with electromagnetic waves going in bidirections. Pick a frequency, there's a wave going in one direction and a wave in the other direction. The wave that's going backwards is an anti-wave. It's a time-reversed wave. And the vacuum is structured, this potential, a vacuum is just potential is all it is. This potential is filled with a harmonic series of these waves. And so it structures spatially by bidirectional wave sets, and it structures vertically in terms of harmonics. Now, if you then invoke this structure, and you do that with a nonlinear material, and you put in one wave in the nonlinear material, that material will take from the vacuum that excess structure because it turns everything into a potential, and it will put out multiple frequencies and harmonics. That's what nonlinear materials do. Interestingly enough, if you take time-reversed waves and put in those harmonics, when they back up through, they will restore one wave. You can gather the energy and collect it and integrate it together and produce a single thing of much greater energy and lower frequency. And so what you have is the vacuum structures in frequency and spatially, and the connection are waves. And by the way, these waves do not have to move at the speed of light. They can have much greater velocity. Now, the importance of Whittaker's work is that he showed that if you were to take sets of waves that you made on the bench, you made a wave and its anti-wave, and you made the harmonic and its anti-harmonic, you'd have to have at least one interval. In music, we would call that an octave, from C to the next C, for example. If you had at least one octave or one harmonic interval, you would then have a structured vacuum. Now, you can build such sets as these any way you wish to, and each one of those sets is a special form that you can build on the laboratory bench. It also explains the work of Antoine Prioré, who built a machine under the proper scientific auspices and under rigorous testing on lab animals, which cured cancer and leukemia almost 100%. Some eminent French scientists worked with him. It's still in the French medical literature. It was real, it existed. It was squelched. But what I'm saying is, if you use the Whittaker approach, you can now, for the first time, understand how Prioré's device worked, because that's what it did. And he used a rotating plasma to make his phase conjugates. We didn't even know about the phase conjugate in those days. Today we know that one of the things plasmas do under the right circumstances is phase conjugate, or time reverse. And he showed that you can cure cancer, leukemia. You could just as easily set a pattern that would cure AIDS. He showed you could clean out clogged arteries. You could change the immune system, increase the immune system, bring it back up, which would be very valuable to AIDS patients, for example. For every disease, there is a pattern which causes the disease in this structure. For the cure to every disease, you simply take its pattern and time reverse it, and you get the precise electromagnetic antidotes. You then put that inside a potential, as Whittaker showed how to do, and you treat the body with that, which is like like normal electromagnetic radiation. It's not ionizing radiation. It's not nuclear radiation. Expose them to a rippling magnetic field, for example, with these embedded in the field, and you cure the disease. To show you how strange a breed of cat this time-reversed wave is, I want to compare a normal mirror to a time-reversed mirror, a phase conjugate mirror, they call it. In the top one, I show you a standard mirror over on the right, on a point source. The light from it scatters across the surface of the mirror and has the standard diverging pattern reflection. As I show that, it's optical geometry. Everybody knows that. Normal reflection. So if you're doing that, light scattering from the toe of your shoe across the mirror, there's one point where you get the right angle, comes to your eye, so you can see your toe, you can see your knee, you can see your clothes and everything, and you stand there and look in the mirror, and you're quite happy with that. Let's look at a phase conjugate mirror. The light from the source, which may be the toe of your shoe, scatters across the surface of the mirror. From every point on the surface of the mirror, it reflects right back to the original point. Boogity boogity, it crawfishes backward, boogity boogity boogity, right back to the point. What could you see if you looked in such a mirror? Could you see your toe? All that light goes back to your toe. Could you see your knee? The only thing you could see would be the two black retinas of your eyes, nothing else. It's a quite different breed of cat. This is out of the standard literature by Pepper. That's not Tom Bearden. It's a quite different breed of cat from an ordinary EM wave, and you must understand that. It does not behave the same. And I want to quote Pepper on something else, because I want to point out to you there's a whole new physics here, there's a whole new world. Pepper said, the real and the major discoveries in phase conjugation and time reverse waves are yet to be made, so have at it, young fellow. There's 100 Nobel Prizes waiting on you. What it is, it's a time reverse wave. It carries negative time. It carries negative energy. They say it has a healing property. It restores the order that where distortion crept in. And in Scientific American, Pepper publishes a beautiful picture, absolute marvelous work, showing phase conjugation of the distorted image of a cat, and the thing backs up into a nice, beautiful picture of the cat again. No problem. It does distortion correction. It moves from disorder back to order. It has negative entropy. So much for the hopelessness of the second law of thermo. They always assume positive time. Here's a critter moves in negative time. It's time reverse. And it takes care of the hopelessness of the second law and recreates hope for everybody. Now, why the hell do you age? You age because most of the stuff going on is positive energy waves. You got all those electron shells around your atoms. If you could capture the delta in the spectrographic pattern, there are spectrographic ways, spectroscopic ways of doing this very detailed wavefront analysis, usually by digital synthesis, not Fourier synthesis. Do it in impulse waves. And use one more law. Here's one from Bearden. It ain't in your textbook. Please remember this, because the previous speaker had an example of it looking at you. If you take randomness, like the virtual flux of vacuum, and you impose upon that the structured potential, the artificial potential, the scalar EM wave. Very technically, it produces what today we call chaos, technically. I'm not using chaos in the general sense, I'm using chaos in the technical sense. But that's a science today. But it blows ordinary science. And the chaos patterns that she showed, using 1,000th or 1/10,000th second, and then adding them, what you were doing is getting back at the digital synthesis of what's really there in the signal. Your body's been using that. Living Systems has all the time. That's the way to go. She's right exactly on the track. That's exactly the way to go. Anyway, you age because of your electron shells in your atoms. But if you map the delta between the aging cells and the younger cells, and if you time reverse that delta, and if you radiate the body with that time reverse delta, you will have a signal which will move the body gradually from age back to youth. I'll say that again in case that went by you. You capture the aging pattern, that's like the Kosnashiev work. You time reverse that pattern, you have the rejuvenation pattern. And if you bathe the body and continually charge it up with that pattern, it will gradually spread out through Dr. Pop's communication system and he discovered in the body. The virtual state is scalar, and you will rejuvenate the body. If you capture the delta in a diseased cancer cell, simply subtract the scalar pattern of the normal cell from the disease pattern and you'll have the delta. Then if you time reverse the delta, you will now have the specific healing pattern for that specific illness in that specific body. It was done, it's been proven. It was called the Prioré machine in France, mid-60s to mid-70s. Okay, Prioré lab, I want to tell you about healing cancer. What Prioré did, this is his little setup he healed all the rats and the lab animals with. Up above this big coil here, there is a rotating plasma fed by 17 frequencies up in the gigahertz band. Rotating plasmas are one thing that do phase conjugation. We know today. They didn't know it in the West in 1965. And so he has a rippling magnetic field, strong magnetic field, which by magnetic resonance will get him into the nucleus of all the atoms, by nuclear magnetic resonance. Why the nucleus? Because he's got to get down where the negative energy stuff and the negative time stuff is and the electrogravity is. That's where the control system of the immune system and the living systems are. Living systems have had to use negative entropy to keep producing the same kind of species pattern. Otherwise, the law of entropy would eat them alive after about 3 generations. You couldn't transmit the pattern anymore. There wouldn't even be species. You have to use negative entropy, and that's why living systems use negative energy, negative time, and scalar waves. He produces then a phase conjugate pattern. He's learned what the right mixture is to give him the anti-pattern for that cancer. It comes right back down through, gets down into the bone cells, everything else, bathes every cell in a little animal, and reverses to cancer. If you de-differentiate, a cancer cell turns back to a normal cell. Now, Robert Becker should have the Nobel Prize for proving how little weak picoamperes of current heal bone. It takes the red blood cell, shucks off the hemoglobin, the thing regrows the genetic nucleus with all the genetics, turns into that kind of cell. That's called de-differentiation, going back to a more primitive cell. That ain't what's needed, so it then crawls around and turns into the kind of cell that makes cartilage. That ain't what's needed, so then it crawls around and changes into the kind of cell that makes bone and heals these horrible bone fractures. And he proved that in vitro with frogs after he'd healed bone, terrible bone fractures. Should have a Nobel Prize. Nobody had the foggiest notion it was the red blood cells responding to picoamperes of current. Tiny currents, so small you can't hardly measure them. Can you not do picoamperes with this thing in the body? Of course you can. Can you not drive cells through that whole structure? Of course you can. You can do electromagnetic healing of any kind of cellular disease known to man. You don't have to understand the cause. You just got to capture the delta and time reverse it and do that to the body and you'll cure it.
Yes, and this is just reinforcing, and this was Paul's inspiration to use this as our logo, and this is Paul's drawing on the logo here, that the opposing plasma tubes are precisely phase conjugate. And that's the point we wanted to make here, is that, you see, when you look at Priory's frequencies, and most of you have noticed this before, but the day that Paul and I decided to build Theraphi was the day I discovered right here. These are the frequencies, the actual frequencies Prioré so famously used with the Prioré device to heal thousands of cancers. He used the frequencies 3, 10, 32, and 80. Those are the frequencies. Presumably, he got them in part from the trial and error of Rife and Lakowski and Tesla. And then later, I looked at my equation. I said, oh, look at that, 2.78, 11, 30.88, and 80.85. These are the frequencies that almost precisely fit my equation for this phase conjugate negentropic collapse. So once I saw that in Prioré, we knew, when I discussed this with Paul, the physics of the pure principle behind Prioré. Remember, Prioré spent millions of dollars building very expensive devices. Of course, electronics were much more costly in those days, but never was able to teach the pure principle. What is negentropy? So, of course, since he couldn't describe the physics of why it works, that means you can never agree on how to optimize the process. And that's why the Prioré device ultimately could not be replicated. So once we understood the physics behind that, that's what enabled us to build the Theraphi. And note, with the Theraphi, then we take that whole cascade up to the megahertz range, and the high frequency end is precisely phase locked to exactly that cascade. But the high frequency components of Theraphi, of course, are the intellectual property, some of the intellectual property here, and how we can see that tuning. Just gonna mute one other microphone here so we get that background noise. Okay. So, and then this is a little discussion about Prioré and Bearden and those frequencies, and all of that material on Prioré and Bearden, as you well know, is at theraphi.net/static, including dozens and dozens of the Prioré papers we have thanks to Tom Bearden, who certainly is a pioneer in this area. And by the way, that brings up the question of, Bearden is one of the people that can help us make the connection between what used to be called scalar and torsional waves to what I believe now in current physics and technical scientific literature needs to be called longitudinal EMF, because the term scalar in physics and conventional engineering means something entirely different. It simply means a scalar vector. So when you use the term scalar in a technical conversation, you mislead people. Whereas if you say longitudinal EMF, they have a precise idea of what you mean. And most electromagnetic devices do not produce longitudinal EMF unless they're phase conjugators. And this is just a slide. Most of you have seen this. This is old news, showing that Lakowski, who obviously impressed Prioré with some of his information, was explicitly using golden mean ratio in the capacitance of his device, but obviously not broad spectral and not optical and no plasma. But the thing was that the Lakowski people in France now, many of whom professionals using Lakowski device who have now tested the Prioré, all say the same thing, that the Prioré device feels like the Lakowski device, but much more powerful and much, much faster, which is exactly consistent with our hypothesis here, which is that simply by making it more broad spectral phase accurate in opposing pairs using the plasma, we make something which is far more potent and far faster, as indeed. So the theory fits the practice here. And this is just showing some of the early equations here, where the low frequencies predicted by pure phase conjugation on the top, which are those numbers in blue 2.78, 4.5, 7.29, 11.8, those fall right out of the equation. And then if you compare those with those in green at the bottom, those are the Schumann Earth frequency harmonics. And so we hypothesize strongly that the negentropy of Gaia to self-organize could be improved by simply tuning those already close Schumann harmonics to a more precise cascade. And by the way, that exact frequency series is precisely the definition of the alpha, beta, theta brainwaves of human bliss. So that's phase conjugate negentropy examples. And many people have commented on how useful this parallel is. So we just mentioned again that so many people have studied the physics of the Homa, which is Agnihotra. We visited a farm famously in Poland there. It was beautiful, thanks to our Polish sponsors there, Barbara and friends. And the whole farm was dedicated to practicing Agnihotra, the home. And the fertility, it was like a Garden of Eden in a wasteland. The fertility effect on the environment was amazing. And when they lit that Agnihotra ignited organic plasma butter at precisely sunrise, sunset, so the phase angle was 90 degrees and 9180, literally four-wave mixing. And by the way, there's an inverted pyramid underground, and the pyramid they lighted in, which is copper or gold, is capacitively conjugate. So you have a narrow spectral conjugation, the capacitance of that pyramid. You have atomic conjugation, which is the plasma of the lit butter itself. And then you have long wave phase conjugation embedded precisely with the right angle to the sun at precisely sunrise, sunset. And my hair stood up dramatically, and there was a radiance of immense healing. I mean, fertility would spread and harmony in the land. And all. In fact, it said that the survivors of the nuclear holocaust of Nagasaki and Hiroshima, the ones who practiced Agnihotra, were able to heal themselves. This is a legend in Japan, but now we know why, because phase conjugation is the opposite of radioactivity. So the phase conjugate physics of Agnihotra is an instruction to the plasma physics behind Theraphi. Truly, it's a beautiful concept to be understood in science. And this is just the equation, my equation, which Mark helped me implement now in Google Docs using Google equations, but my original equation proving that the radii of hydrogen are phase conjugate, and this is old, most people have seen this, and this is where we proved that the equation for phase conjugation predicted the 1.9 angstrom wavelength exactly of the adenosine diphosphate ADP ATP, which is the universal currency, microwave length of all cellular metabolism, phase conjugate implosion, and how I saw Kundalini measured in the microwave with Bob Gratch based on this ATP. So the body is radiating very specific frequencies of microwave based on adenosine diphosphate ADP ATP, the universal dollar bill of cellular metabolism's energy wavelengths, and that is a phase conjugate implosive wavelength, meaning literally negentropy in the cell. And here, this is just showing how we then applied that same equation to the two frequencies of heart rate variability, phase conjugate collapse, and how they then entrain. So the two frequencies of HRV, LF, and VLF, LF and HF fit the equation for phase conjugation, but more even profoundly, that my equation comes to the number 0.0959 hertz, where 0.1 hertz is the very famous LF frequency of the Mayer wave, the fundamental resonance frequency of the music of the body's blood pressure. It's the musical signature of the body. So a lot of the stuff that Patrick is programming in our new biofeedback is based on that 0.1 hertz breathing technique. And you can read about that at craniosacral-app.com, which is another website supporting the iThrive.com biofeedback project. So when you see your Mayer wave, your resonance going to zero, which Patrick and other sacrocranial specialists have confirmed responding to Theraphi, that spine liquid pump goes to a still point frequently, which is well known as the healing crisis or healing turning point, because when the compressions are perfectly convergent, the production of a still point means that emerging from the still point, all waves are sorted. That's what phase conjugate negentropy means, which means that the spine liquid pump will then restart in greater phase coherence, which is a prime example of how you produce healing and rejuvenation, because literally produce increased net order. So this ability to measure the spine liquid pump component, the Mayer wave, is inherent to the phase conjugate frequency recipe, which that's about. This is just showing some of the Prioré documentation we have at theraphi.net static. These are extensive, long documents in PDF showing the details of the thousands of cases of cancer and other diseases that were healed by the Prioré device, which we now believe that our device has the potential to go even farther. But we're conservatively waiting until we have the clinical documentation, taking it one step at a time. But for example, just why the Theraphi would increase blood circulation and therefore feeling, for example, a limb or extremity that had lost feeling or circulation. The reason is simple, that blood is designed to be a charge circulation device, and charge circulation is optimized precisely by what is a fractal or conjugate field. So making the perfect electric field defined as sacred space, charge circulation optimized, the very definition of sacred space, is exactly what Theraphi does, and so it's very simple, solid physics that teaches why that conjugate field increases circulation. That's fundamental. Paul, sorry you're having trouble with the internet there. You know, we had a little burp here too. The internet is one of those fickle things. I hope that maybe you can turn your camera on again later or anytime you want, Paul, there. This is just a zoom in on the slide for the actual calculations now. In red are the actual frequencies predicted by my equation, including the Meyer wave 0.1 hertz here. In green are the tidal low frequencies of the spine liquid pump, which Patrick, our programmer for iThrive.com, has dedicated his life to. So now you can see why the spine liquid pump is so responsive to the Theraphi, because the Theraphi is making exactly the frequencies that the spine liquid, the brain waves, make when they achieve peak perception and bliss and peak experience. And the brainwave entrainment and spine liquid entrainment of the Theraphi is no accident. It's by intention. This is all part of my new book at fractalfield.com. Joseph is saying, if we're waiting for Paul, I would like to ask Dan if plasma can affect the pH of growing environments and if this contributes to the peak growing environment. Well, I could say that phase conjugate piezoelectricity, the nozzle in the flow form of the imploder.com. We have extensive evidence there at the super imploder research site, which I'll put the link in here, is fractalfield.com/imploder magnetic research. So we have multiple laboratories there reporting that when you take, remember, the nozzle geometry, the vortex in the super imploder, is the same equation we applied to Theraphi. It's literally hydrogen radii. That's why we call that vortex 5 spirals on the perfect 60-degree cone. We call it Schauberger's dream. So if you take the water going down that implosive cone, that's precisely the way water wants to do charge collapse to achieve bliss, I mean charge communion. Now, if the water entering that vortex is piezo, which is, say, conductive hard or mineral, like biodynamic preparations with the quartz or calcite powders that are piezo, then the capacitance of that cone is itself so bioactive that seeds growing nearby increase in growth, just like Claire is now helping us to demonstrate and prove that seeds growing treated with Theraphi grow faster, just like is well documented for seeds that have been exposed to Stonehenge. So the reason that, this is the core physics of bioactivefield.com, bioactivefield.com. Now, I have strayed from your question. To answer your question, several of the laboratories there at Imploder Magnetic Research have shown that we are able to alkalinize pH and to beneficially affect redox with that piezo vortex cone of the imploder. And it makes logical sense, because obviously if the waters become more centripetal, that is the opposite of acidity, and also it moves the redox in a useful dimension. And thank you, Claire. Look at Claire is really helped. Thank you, Claire, for all your help here. Claire is helping us also do the seed research and has published some beautiful pictures of that. And I actually have those pictures here in this show. And Claire is commenting here that the water treated with Theraphi is definitely more alkaline. Thank you. Beautiful. And also Peter in Belgium confirmed that the Bovis measurements made of water treated with Theraphi was literally off the charts, as measured by a professional there in Belgium. Roger Green is saying, ability to time reverse biological degeneration. Perhaps a definition of time reversal would be good. Well, thank you, Roger. I have long contended from the perspective of my book, Origin of Negentropy, that you can time reverse rusted steel back to unrusted, but you cannot do the reverse. All on the mirrors. No, what it means is you can return to order, but you can never time reverse to disorder, which is fundamental. So actually in physics, it's my view that time reversal is a very limited idea. You cannot, when physics says that the time reversal that happened in phase conjugate optics has taken something back to the past, what they actually mean is they mean that it has taken it back to a state of order at its root condition, literally the definition of what it is to de-differentiate a stem cell, which is why we are convinced we will be able to affect stem cell de-differentiation, which is to say the very word stem means root of the fractal. So time reversal in this sense, in my view, doesn't mean, even in phase conjugate optics where physicists use the term time reversal, it doesn't mean, oh, well, I've gone back to the 16th century. No, it doesn't exactly mean that. If you actually study what physicists have measured, they have measured that they can take something back to a state of increased order similar to what it has been in the past, which is why that is a beautiful description of what we want Theraphi to be doing to living cells, which is to say to go back to a condition of increased order. So if the body had more order in the past, our belief is, in theory, we can help it move back to that state of increased order. So literally and specifically what we mean by time reversal here is rejuvenation. We do not mean going back to the past. We mean going back to a state of increased order like it was in the past. Exactly. Yes, thank you. Negentropic, in other words. Yes, yes. So that's, I mean, that's my 2 cents worth here. And there are other physicists who are highly opinionated about this, and I would respect their opinions as well. But that's my opinion from my having studied, what they mean by time reversal in phase conjugate optics. So my view of the negentropy that we can create, and the reason, let me explain also, if I can, the reason why I believe we can create increased order, and why we could then take a stem cell back to its stem root of fractality, how the stem cell got its name. Obviously, the growth of biology is an unpacking of a field effect from a fractal root. Fractality defines biology because it defines the negentropy that biology makes. It's literally like an unpacking rose. So when you want to take a cell back to a state where it's unpacking closer to its root of fractality, there's an electric field path to there that's related to perfect compression, which then defines perfected decompression. And we now know that perfect compression is precisely what a fractal field is, hence phase conjugate. So visualize that. Can we visualize that together? Well, here's my visualization for you. So everybody knows that when we're talking about phase conjugation, we mean 2 pine cones that learn to kiss noses. Vortex, and everybody agrees, and it's a useful metaphor. But where the 2 pine cones kiss noses is actually the spiral down the cone, taking the transverse to the longitudinal compressional, precisely converging and meeting, precisely tuned to the Planck sphere. And, Mark and I and Nassim all agree on this shtick about the Planck sphere being the musical key signature of the universe. So when the inertia, the compressional wave, converges symmetrically, and it must be symmetrically around the Planck sphere, the same way you do an O'Fana-Minokian ritual, the same way you phase conjugate lasers. So the pine cones kiss precisely at the Planck sphere. Now, you got these pressure waves converging around the Planck sphere. First, like a cube, as in full wave mixing, phase conjugate optics, 4 lasers, 2 lasers in, 4 out. But if now that compression going towards center of the Planck sphere is nutated, and that's what the phase conjugate barium strontium titanate does in the phase conjugate mirror. This relates to the coating on the bottom of Nostradamus' cup. This relates to the high dielectric content of the John Dee showstone. It's what scrying is. It's why scintillation is what John Dee studied to conjure, because perfect reflection, literally the perfect twinkle, is how you call the ancestors. Why is it that you can conjure, which is to conjugate, with the perfect twinkle, what the John Dee calls scintillation, the study of the angles of reflection to conjure, to conjugate? It's because the perfect twinkle is simply the perfect convergent point for the flux paths to cause that compressional wave to enter symmetrically at the perfect tuning of the Planck sphere, obviously. And then that means you've got perfect resonant compression, literally a perfect rose-shaped bell, perfect nested dodeca inside the Planck sphere, which has perfect longitudinal radio connections. So the whole galaxy, everywhere there's DNA. So what can emerge from that compression are only waves that are locked into phase with that array, which literally means fit that musical key signature. And so if the only wave that then bounce back out of the phase conjugate mirror at the complement set of the supplement angle have been time reversed, what they mean is they have been returned to order. What they mean is everything was sorted. So the sorting mechanism exists inside the black hole at the center of that compression point, which is this Planck sphere. And why it's sorted is because only waves which can agree can bounce back out. And that agreement is golden ratio phase conjugation to Planck. So that's how increased order occurs inside the perfect black hole, which is the Planck sphere, phase conjugated by golden ratio to Planck. That's the basis of my whole theory. So the waves are forced to agree by the perfect focus. That's the idea. And we never knew before what the perfect focus was until we learned phase conjugation, golden ratio to Planck. So that's my description, if you will, of the physics of why we increase order, because perfect agreement exists in that center where all waves agree. And that's spiritual, metaphoric, but it's also pure, solid physics. And you can take that to your meditations as well as your physics teacher. Okay, and here this slide is called the Shen stone, which is the Hayward firestone, which is what we mean by a stone that can phase conjugate dielectrically, which was called the altar in the church, or access to a black hole, or the Shen schematic. You guys all know that conversation. We've been there before. And this was my little descriptive model of why you can address things like cancer with a phase conjugate cascade, like Prioré did. Because cell metabolism is a sequence of steps. And visualize it oversimplistically, but usefully, incoming proteins as food are relatively long wavelengths. And metabolism is the process of taking the long waves, incoming protein, incoming food, etc., and massaging the envelope down a caduceus cascade to shorter and shorter wavelengths, which means increased order, increased information density. So you have food, proteins coming in, then you have a DNA precursors, and ultimately you have the genetic material itself. And every biophysicist will agree that the motor of cell metabolism is high quality ultraviolet light, literally shortwave, blue fire, sex juice, whatever you want to call it. Now, when that ultraviolet coherence field builds up at the center of the cell has to do something with it. This is the physics of the sexual relations for cells. So if the ultraviolet blue fire sex juice of the cell builds up at the center, one of two things has to happen. The ultraviolet creative juice, the best stuff, the blue fire of the cell, either is fed in to replicate the DNA, and there's a blue fire aura, literally a flash, accompanying mitosis and meiosis. So there's an ultraviolet flash, literally. Or that ultraviolet coherence can radiate outward and pass through the membranes through the process of touch permissive behavior, which is the physics of how cells do stuff collectively. So effectively, cancer occurs when the path for the ultraviolet coherence can't bounce out back through the cell membrane because the cell membrane got too hard and too spherical, and spherical cells define cancer. And failure to inhibit replication due to touch is the definition of cancer. So what it is that the ability to propagate that coherent ultraviolet through the cell membrane into creative collective activity instead of being focused back inward into premature replication. Exactly like, younger teenage girls, if you teach them dance and music and poetry and, all this creative stuff, then they don't have babies too early. But if they don't have anything to do with their creative juices, then obviously they're going to have premature babies. They're going to teenage pregnancies, etc. So creative juice for cells is exactly like creative juices for teenage kids. And the reason that a phase conjugate cascade provides a way out for that UV is because the phase conjugate cascade allows the built-up ultraviolet creative juice to again achieve charge distribution. So charge distribution efficiency, which is the definition of a phase conjugate field in fractality, is also the electrical definition of the opposite of cancer. Failure to distribute charge is the name of cancer. The reason that when cells failure to distribute charge via touch is why contact inhibition did not inhibit replication. Failure to touch, literally because the touch doesn't distribute the high quality coherent light. So when you find a way to distribute the high quality coherent light to achieve charge distribution efficiency for around those cells, that is the opposite of cancer electrically. So describing cancer in electrical terms, charge distribution efficiency is by definition the solution of cancer. Now, I say that that complements perfectly Albert Szent-György's famous book, Electronic Biology and Cancer. I believe he won it, and it was a Nobel Prize related for that. Now, what he meant was that you had something called a triplet state electron. The triplet state electron was simply an electron that could be well distributed, just like Jesus and his cousins were well distributed in the wagon train. So extended family required to raise a child. A village is required to raise a child. For electrons are just like that. If they can be well distributed, the triplet state electron, a well distributed electron is touch permissive and by definition the opposite of cancer. And that's Albert Szent-György's whole thesis about the triplet state electron in electronic biology and cancer. So you see how that fits perfectly this model of why increasing a phase conjugate charge distribution efficiency, fractal field, creates the electric field, which is inherently the opposite of cancer. Now, obviously, if there's a well-developed cancer, it's going to take some time for this field to build. And I would even comment here. Remember, we're being very conservative here. We're not making any claims, as Paul just mentioned, but we can report that many of our Theraphi users have reported cancer solutions. And I would even mention a couple of them, and we're going to make these reports far more clinical and disciplined. But in Calgary there, when Bill D it helped someone who was dying of lung cancer, and they did find that they got the solution, but they used Theraphi in synergy with a highly alkalinizing diet, actually. And you see how the two fit together beautifully. Now, in the US and elsewhere, where they had that lady that had that huge tumor in her female organs, and they were able to help her with Theraphi. But there also they used Theraphi in conjunction with a strong cannabis hemp oil that had been treated with Theraphi. And the ability of Theraphi to potentize oils is immense and beautiful and powerful and needs to be explored. But they're very convinced that potentizing things like hemp oils with Theraphi exponentially increases their power. So they again use the hemp oil in synergy with the Theraphi and had great results with a life-threatening cancer. And there's similar stories now in, of course, Belgium and in Norway, where they're using superimploder, which is basically highly alkalizing and also nanobubble hydrogen. So they're using imploded water, superimploder, in a spa environment with the Theraphi. And again, that synergy together seems to be very effective, and that process is working well as we evolve suggested protocols to use the Theraphi. Gary Clark says, I wonder what would happen if someone with a finger cut off spent extended time in Theraphi. Well, I can tell you that the medical doctor who walked into the Theraphi demo there in Perpignan had just seriously cut his finger in the door. It was bleeding, it was hurting. And it got cold quicker, the blood stopped, the bleeding stopped within minutes, it got cold, and the pain was gone within minutes. But I would say that, you know, if a doctor were trying to reattach a finger, the charge distribution efficiency that Theraphi helps with, I think, could be very useful at a certain phase. And Jill says, saying plasma can be actually used to gasify hemp so that the oils separate. Interesting, interesting. And Bank is contributing here. Thank you, Bank. Bank has been pioneering that movement to combine the superimploder, the imploder.com, with the Theraphi. And thank you for your comment. So he says, our superimploder is just smashing good here at Rosita up in northern Norway. So actually, Bank is a specialist in the Norwegian tradition of using a certain fish rat oil that then the oil is so healing, just very parallel to the hemp oil, and zapping the Theraphi with zapping the living oil, in this case a healing oil from the fish that's famous for healing, to energize that oil. Basically, oil is a media for the charge distribution efficiency. So potentizing the oil, which is, there's lots of ways to do it, but the Theraphi is probably, we believe, one of the most powerful ways to potentize healing oils. Great. Yes, and so Bengt is very appropriate. Bengt from Norway, who has also led other Theraphi installations there. Thank you very much, Bengt. Is listing his website there, RositaRealFoods.com, for that very famous and traditional healing fish oil, which now can be potentized with Theraphi there from Bengt's group in Norway. And Bengt has training for that, and Bengt has inspired Joseph Cirillo, who is with us, and Trivia in Norway. And so thank you for being with us and for pioneering that work. So we're expecting more soon detailed reports as we get these Theraphi set up there in Norway of the effect of potentizing healing oils using the Theraphi. Thank you very much. And Bengt has been kind enough to put a link there. And Joseph, who works with Bengt, Joseph is New Jersey, Eastern US there, fish liver oil. Thank you very much. Yes, yes, all great. So this was just a picture of the Theraphi system. You've all seen this. And Paul has made many improvements here in the tube design, etc. And part of it, remember the Theraphi manual and the Theraphi protocol, those links are on the website and available to you. This is a picture of an early setup of the Theraphi system. Now the tubes will look even more elegant, but gives you an idea. And remember that the distance from the bifiller Tesla coil in the big box emits a low frequency electromagnetic, which is part of the healing process. But it is notable that, so it's very useful that the person being healed be reasonably not too distant from the bifiller Tesla with a huge low frequency magnetic component coming from this box. But it's also true that the main amplifier here needs to be a relatively fixed distance. So these two wires, or now it's one wire, that connects the amp box to the main Tesla coil need to be relatively extended, because the amplifier here cannot be too close to this Tesla coil box, because the magnetic field density, which is very powerful, very healing, will actually distort the transistor amplifier mechanism. So the spacing of these components is relatively critical. And Paul was just speaking too that these high voltage wires here that goes up to the tubes should probably touch only glass because of corona discharge. And also this box here needs to be located clearly on an insulator. For example, if it's a concrete floor with metal rebars, which is really not so good, then that box should be on a thick insulator, because even corona discharge from that box, because any kind of corona discharge will weaken the field, obviously not good. So, you know, insulation here does matter. And these are some pictures. You've always all seen these pictures. This is the Theraphi show. Notice that for the kind of bliss experience, the head to foot, relaxed head to foot, very lovely environment. We have many people have the euphoria experiences. Very useful for that, which is also very therapeutic. But if you have something like this person here who had a serious metal plate in their foot, and we were able to help them, they were able to walk and lose pain here, you really focus in the field. So the tubes are precisely designed so you can space them according to the need. And here this person was having lots of pain and difficulty walking with their knees, and you're able to help circulation, and as Dr. Gerald showed, decrease inflammation. Here this person had, this is in Belgium now, he had a lost feeling in his hand, really lost feeling, and we were able to help him quite substantially. That's one of the things we can do pretty regularly, pretty dependably, we believe, from the anecdotal reports, is that localized pain and localized loss of feeling, local loss of circulation, we can often help in just 1 or 2 sessions. Now, long-term or chronic pain, we can often, but not always help, but in many cases that will take, you know, say 3 to 8 sessions, 1 or 2 sessions a day, 3 to 6 minutes each, that kind of thing. But we have been able to help quite a few people with long-term pain as well. So there's a question here from Hugh. Would it help to potentize flax seed oil with Theraphi? It is highly likely, and we're just, you know, trying to really publish data on this, but it's highly likely that, you know, nutritional oils zapped with Theraphi will be potentized. It would make total sense, and we encourage those research to be done. And you would just sit it in the field for something on the order of 4 to 8 minutes, something like that. Relatively focused in the field, and you can do that once or twice, and that should dramatically affect that healing oil. It doesn't take too long, actually. And the question here was given: can we do distance healing with Theraphi on people with pacemakers, metal in the body? Several people have begun doing work with distance healing. We know, for example, that people who actually see and hear the Theraphi in operation in virtual video over internet, even over Skype in group work, that you can see and hear and feel this at a distance. And we have multiple people say that after lots of Theraphi sessions, for example, Mike Harris said, that he can feel pretty much a Theraphi turned on elsewhere on the planet just because he's so in tune with it. So it's definitely something you can feel at a distance. And we understand very much why, because that's the nature of longitudinal interferometry. So we believe that there are ways you can do remote healing absolutely with Theraphi. And you know, the difference between ceremonial magic and physics becomes a narrow border, but now we understand a lot more about the physics of ceremonial magic actually, and so we understand how remote healing works, and there are certain conditions which enable it, including having the person on the receiving end in something that approximates highly charged or sacred space or aligned ley lines, etc. So they're more receptive to the longitudinal interferometry, which is the physics of remote healing, cozy rev, etc., etc. Quantum entanglement, exactly, John. Thank you. John Hargrave from Australia with us there. Thank you for joining us, John. How wonderful. Yes, yes. And whether you can then help people remotely at a distance, very good point. That if somebody has a pacemaker, we think that we recommend not allowing anyone with electronics inside their body, like pacemakers, because of the danger of high voltage disrupting. So really, we emphatically recommend and warn not to have people with pacemakers, etc., use Theraphi until we have a lot more information. Although we understand Dr. Gerald is doing some experiments in those regards, but we recommend only medical people do that kind of work. But people have a little bit of metal in their body. We're finding more and more that we can help them, that metal presumably not being part of electronics. And you want to be careful for heating, etc. But the point that was well made there, that if somebody did have say a pacemaker or something, doing some kind of remote healing with the Theraphi, with that kind of person, is probably less risky and a useful experiment. Again, try it gently, but it's something you could try. Yes, absolutely. Bengt is saying we had a person online in Skype and Theraphi for more than 10 hours after a session in Australia. We are in northern Norway, and he said it worked well. Yes, so we're getting more, thank you, Bengt, we're having more and more reports of ability to do remote healing kinds of things with Theraphi. And since we understand more and more the physics of how that works, which is these longitudinal waves crossing at a distance, we can even tell people how to make that work better, you know, if the person is at a ley line cross, for example. I would just give you a simple example of that. When Cozy Rev was about to set up a Cozy Rev mirror to accomplish remote telepathy and all the things that Korotkov documented, the first thing they did, they would actually measure the local Earth magnetic line in nanoteslas for flux density. And if there was not a magnetic line cross of Earth, they would not set up a Cozy Rev mirror. Cozy Rev mirror is basically a giant metal cylinder, which is microwave tuned, obviously, and I believe now we know how to do that, microwave tuning to ATP, ADP. And that's the physics of telepathy. Longitudinal to microwave, the bodily microwave at a distance, and you have, and Korotkov proved, thousands of miles telepathy every time. I mean, military grade telepathy proven with the Cozy Rev mirror. But the point I'm making was that they knew that for that to work, they had to set those up at magnetic line crosses. Exactly the way any intelligent geobiologist knows you have to start a labyrinth, or in fact, the best place to put a Theraphi. So if we begin to study the physics, and I do mean the physics of geobiology, and I recommend our background here, goldenmean.info/geobiology, that the sighting of significant Earth energy cross lines, which supports the propagation, piggybacks the propagation of the longitudinal EMF component. This increases the ability of the Theraphi unit not just to work and radiate the longitudinal, and we know it conditions its environment, but also then would increase the ability to do remote healing for someone at a distance. That's why there's a kind of telepathy between sacred sites. Remember, we have 3 different electrical engineering ways to measure sacred sites and bioactive fields. At the top, goldenmean.info/architecture, which is basically a weak capacitive field spectrum analysis. So when the capacitive field is harmonic inclusive, which is say fractal or conjugate, that indicates a resonant cross-point node, you know, successful non-destructive interferometry, and that is the definition of sacred space. Korotkov followed the codies, got to the place where they could make phone calls to ancestors. And then he set up the GDV gear, which later he measured with our biophoton technology, our Purify, Icosify gold cups, which I have right here, by the way. And we showed that you could induce that same resonance that with the capacitive Purify effect that Karakov used to capacitively measure sacred space. And that's all at the architecture link. So now that we know so much about what sacred space is, which is simply harmonic inclusive charge distribution efficiency, a fractal field, we now know where the best place to put a Theraphi and a healing person, which is where charge distribution is enabled. It's why, you know, a very nicely energized, good-feeling, geobiologic feng shui room is so good for Theraphi, because when the Theraphi conditions its environment, the whole environment gradually gets conditioned. What that means is the environment becomes entrained and resonant too. Now, if that environment contains lots of metal and synthetics and electrosmog and dead air, not only will the Theraphi be less successful at conditioning its environment, but the Theraphi will be less successful at healing people. So the hospital medical documented research, which shows that negative ion wind therapy is so helpful for all hospital healing. Negative ion wind, you can heal spinal meningitis with a strong enough negative ion wind. It's proven. Well, the negative ion wind therapy depends on a natural material environment. If you have big metal structures and electrosmog and synthetics all over a room, negative ions die. This is instructive to exactly what the Theraphi requires as well. A negative ion is a little fractal. The Theraphi field is a big fractal, and they're both fragile. They're fragile in the sense that they require a charge distribution permissive environment. And that means natural materials in the environment. Fresh air, biological materials, stone, wood. It means reduce metal in that environment, reduce synthetic material environment, reduce any large surface that is conductive and would thus ground a negative ion in the same way it'll ground the Theraphi plasma field. Yes, negative ion wind. It was Joyce, our friend in Scotland, who was doing a cell care therapy with strong negative ion wind therapy. But we think the Theraphi takes that to the next step, actually. Mark is asking, is the Theraphi creating the same effects as a properly made pyramid? Well, you know, I, with Paul's help, invented Theraphi after I spent years researching how to build pyramid bioactive fields, purify.com. And we showed that we were able to create a growth environment, dramatically affect seed growth, etc. And the purify.com, which with the accompaniment Icosify, were immensely successful. These things were effective. The problem is they were ridiculously expensive. We were using large-scale gold, and there's a whole sad story of my partner Andrew, who got gold poisoning from doing so much work with the gold, and was hit by lightning on the sacred mountain here related to the gold poisoning in his aura. Very long, complicated story. Point being that the capacitive implosion that we could make from the properly conducted pyramid was definitely implosive bioactive and capacitively centripetal, exactly like Lakhovsky. But then when I saw the opportunity to make that more broad spectral by taking the same harmonics, and we scaled the Purify Icosify to the same equation on the cover of my book that we built Theraphi with, but the opportunity to take that more broad spectral by using plasma and noble gases, far more broad spectral, therefore implosive with much more leverage up and down the molecular atomic scale, that was the opportunity Theraphi made to take it to the next step. So yes, we're creating the same effective pyramid, but much more broad spectral and therefore much more potent. Another comment I would make is that those Russian pyramids, you know, our friend who was teaching how the Russians are building their new pyramids was with us up at the Paris conference with Nassim there recently. And sadly, that group was unaware that putting steel and aluminum in those pyramids was poisoning them. Bad news. But, you know, they didn't understand. Now, Sam in Prague, he really understood that. We had a great conversation about this. But it's instructive to know the reason that steel and aluminum, when you're building a pyramid, is going to poison the structure, is because the capacitance damps the charge distribution efficiency. The way electrical engineers talk about that is the dielectric constant. So the dielectric constant means the insulator between the plates of capacitor rings more perfectly like a bell. And so natural material have high dielectric constant, biologic material, because every molecule that's part of biology and wanted to join the club got fractal or got dead. So that when those seashells die, the molecules in the seashell, the highly alkaline, limestone, has a high dielectric constant because molecular symmetries remain fractal in the dead seashells, meaning that when you ring that capacitor, it rings like a bell very efficiently, which means when your aura and train embeds that capacitance of biological material in your building, the charge can distribute it efficiently. Whereas if you put steel and aluminum between the plates of capacitor, that capacitor don't ring at all, and your aura is killed. Actually, there's a technical term for killing your aura. And you can feel that for yourself. Just take a big piece of aluminum and hold it in your hand for a few seconds and decide, did my hand get numb? The reason your hand gets numb, it's not about temperature even. The temperature is, that just hold a piece of aluminum in your hand and notice that the blood circulation is reduced. It's simple. The aluminum inhibits the capacitive distribution of charge, and that's how you know aluminum is poisonous to every living thing. It's not that the alum is evil, it's just that the amperage they used to freeze the bauxite into aluminum was opposite to conjugate and fractal, and therefore the symmetry that resulted electrically in the aluminum atoms in the molecular array was opposite to fractal, and therefore it's literally, in the spiritual sense, misqualified energy. Aluminum plants are a mistake. They're bad karma. They cause massive pain to the earth. There's a huge number of stories, a giant aluminum manufacturing plant in Iceland and another one in Europe. Aluminum manufacturing is spiritually evil. It is bad karma. It radiates disasters around aluminum plants because these atoms and molecules do not want to be frozen out of fractality.